Recording in progress.
All right, good afternoon, honorable members. I hope you all had a good lunch, and let's get on with the rest of the day's work. I now put the vote 16, basic education, and I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78. I call upon the DA, Honorable J.M. Adrianza. Honorable member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Today I would like to speak on the critical importance of our basic education budget vote. This budget is not merely a financial plan, it's a cornerstone of our nation's future. By investing in quality basic education, we empower our youth, reduce inequality, and foster economic growth for generations to come. Our focus must be on enhancing infrastructure. No more pit toilets. Ensuring the safety of both teachers and learners, as violence at school hinders performance, and providing comprehensive teacher training and learner support to guarantee a world-class education for every child of this country. We must bridge the gap between urban and rural schools, ensuring equitable resources for all. As far as early childhood development, skillfully trained teachers must be deployed for this critical phase of learning. Accountability and transparency in spending are paramount to maximize the impact of every rand allocated. Let us commit to this budget, not just as a fiscal responsibility, but as a profound investment in our nation's prosperity. Together, we can build a brighter, educated future for all South Africans. The Democratic Alliance supports this budget.
Thank you. I now call upon the EFF, the Honorable NN Chirwa Mpongose.
Thank you. Chairperson, we acknowledge and note that the department is struggling, is having a challenge under the GNU government to devise solutions to save and to rescue the collapsed Department of Basic Education. So today we're going to present to you some of the many solutions that we've brought to this House on how to rescue the collapsed Department of Basic Education. The department must train an additional 40,000 ECD practitioners, with nothing less than 50% of them being women and young people. They must permanently employ all these ECD practitioners and have them operate on a full-time basis. We say this because we propose that early childhood development must be made compulsory from the age of 3 years old. Children must be familiar with the environment of learning, and there must be medical interventions in place, like occupational therapy that is accessible from an early age, so that there's optimal impact and timely intervention where the needs be. The department must achieve universal coverage of technology with speed and intentionality. It must ensure that no school in rural townships and informal settlements are left behind in this regard. We have grown tired to see immediate interventions in basic education where elite schools are concerned, but snail pace when it has to do with those in townships, rural areas, informal settlements, and where the poor reside. The department must compile a registry of decaying infrastructure of schools across the country in all provinces and revitalize our schools with speed. This department promised Durban Deep Primary and Roodepoort that a new school would be built by 2023. It still has not happened. Our children at this school don't have ablution facilities. They study with one hand holding a book and the other hand holding the broken chair they're sitting on. This contends with their assertiveness during learning and thus works against their optimal performance in class and essentially is a barrier to their right to education. As from tomorrow, Chairperson, 32,000 young people in Gauteng will be without jobs. These are the same people that President Cyril Ramaphosa spoke about, claiming to have created jobs for thousands and thousands of teachers' assistants. These are the same people that the Premier Panyaza Lesufi paraded in front of cameras, claiming to have created jobs for them. And 2 weeks later, after all those media crusades, these young people will be unemployed as from tomorrow. We demand that the Department of Basic Education must renew their contracts with immediate effect and permanently absorb them. We will no longer allow you to mislead the nation while you destroy young people with fake jobs that are unsustainable. Lastly, establish specialized autism schools that are fully equipped with tailored educational resources and trained staff to provide inclusive and adequate educational support and material to children on the spectrum. Autistic children deserve quality education and they deserve support. And you have not been able to provide this, more especially in poor and district communities. We reject the budget vote because it doesn't respond to the needs of our people and the primary challenges of this department.
Honorable Member. Please take your seat. I now call upon the MK Party, Honorable Z.N. Nobo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we as the MK Party strongly object to the proposed budget for basic education. Today, MK Party outlined the concerns, starting with the most critical issue. There's an inadequate funding for teacher training and development. This is the foundation of quality education, and it's essentially we address it first. In the teacher training and development, the budget is failure to prioritize teacher training will lead to a decline in educational standards. We must invest in our teachers to ensure they are equipped to provide the best possible education. To reclaim our dignity as a people, we as MK will establish indigenous languages as mandatory official languages taught in schools from grade 0 to grade 12, used in higher education, legal proceedings, and all official state communication. We will also eliminate all remnants of colonialism and apartheid from cultural and political life. We therefore reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The next honorable member will come the Freedom Front Plus, the Honorable T. Riet.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. As I said in the policy debates, this is a critical department that shapes not only the minds, but the future of our children. This department has the responsibility to ensure that our children are prepared to enter the labor force or will be able to further their studies to become specialized contributors of our economy. The Minister and Deputy Minister have in a very short amount of time seemed to come to grips with what needs to be prioritized, and this is welcomed. Wat egter steeds 'n bron van kommer is, en ek moet beklemtoon, nie die besluit om die begroting te steun makliker maak nie, is dit Bella. Die VF+ is steeds bekommerd oor wat die Bella-wet vir ons skole inhou. Ons wil graag 'n beroep op die minister doen om toe te sien dat daar afgesien word van Bella. Die enkele wysigings wat hierdie huis in die vorige administrasie aan die wetsontwerp gebring het, was nie genoeg om ons te oortuig dat hierdie wet nie net nog 'n gejaag na gesentraliseerde magsbeheptheid is nie. Ja, daar is enkele artikels, soos die betogings by skole wat verbied word, wat goed is, maar in die algemeen is die wet problematies. Die VF+ is wel opgewonde oor beide die minister en die adjunkminister se prioriteitsverskywing na moedertaalonderrig. Dit is statisties bewys en het ek gedurende die debat die navorsing aangehaal. Kinders presteer nie net beter nie, maar dit hou verskeie voordele vir hul integrasie in die samelewing in en ook uiteindelik bevorder dit die behoud van ons gedeelde erfenis. Dit is onaanvaarbaar dat leerders in 2024 net in Afrikaans en Engels kan skool gaan. Ons het dan 12 amptelike tale. Alhoewel daar bronne tot kommer is ons bereid om 'n kans te waag op die nuwe minister en vir die redes hierbo genoem sal ons die begroting steun. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Could I ask Honourable Mpongose to please switch off your microphone? Honourable Mpongose, switch off your microphone, please. Thank you. All right, the next Honourable Member is from the ANC, the Honourable M. Feni.
Honorable Chairperson, the ANC recognizing that quality and accessible education is essential for challenging socio-economic disparities and central towards the realization of a united, non-racial, non-sexist and prosperous society. We recognize that Vote Budget 16 is not merely a financial commitment to education, but is also an investment in our people and the collective future we share. We are not going to be complacent. The ANC is committed to building on the democratic gains achieved over the past 30 years and seeks to intensify the efforts to transform the education landscape to cater to the various educational needs of our people, to enable them to be empowered and active citizens who can positively contribute to the socio-economic development of our nation. Aligned with the priorities of the ANC, this budget is concerned with improving infrastructure, which all of us agree that there is a need of intervention at that level, which will see an expansion in the establishment of more schools, the building of more libraries, and the prioritization of learners' health and safety through adequate sanitation facilities. Furthermore, it is concerned with improving educational outcomes through continued investment in school nutrition programs, which feed millions of learners every day and consequently play a pivotal role in addressing the hunger and malnutrition crisis. We are encouraged by the commitments to the expansion and development of ECD centers, improving of literacy rate and training and placing of educators. Despite the misrepresentations of the Bella Bill in public discourse by populists, we remain resolved to its provisions, which seek to improve school governance and prioritize the creation of an equitable learning environment for all learners, particularly those from poor and disadvantaged backgrounds. Aligned with the developmental aspirations of our country as reflected in the Constitution, Children's Act and National Development Plan, the ANC envisages that Bella Bill will be instrumental in encouraging collaboration among stakeholders to build an inclusive educational landscape and a sustainable educational ecosystem, which therefore means the chairperson that the ANC is fully supporting and behind this particular vote budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The vote is agreed to and the objections of the EFF and MK party are noted. Now go on to vote 17, higher education and training. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78. I call upon the EFF, the Honorable Shirwa Mpongose.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. These are our propositions and how the Department of Higher Education should operate for maximal impact. As the EFF, we are committed to only providing solutions in this parliament, so there is no excuse on why these things are not being done for the benefit of our people. The department must introduce free decolonized education for all and advance issues of sovereignty, indigenous knowledge, economic freedom in our education system. It must increase utilization of information and communication technology and zero rate all educational apps and content on all gadgets by passing laws to support this position. The department must expand vocational training and education. What is currently on offer is unable to absorb over 200,000 of matriculant exits on an annual basis. The department has not responded to this crisis of our pupils exiting the basic education system and being left to wander in the streets with no education and no jobs. The department must cancel all student debt. It must reintegrate back into the system all the students who were financially excluded. The department must reintegrate all university dropouts back into the system and ensure that they complete their qualifications. The department must introduce an annual scholarship, including postgraduate scholarships that will take 10,000 students annually to go and study at the best universities in the world. It must take back hijacked buildings and dilapidated government structures and make accommodation sites for students in all of them. There must be a much more vigorous attempt at resolving the accommodation crisis of students than what you currently have to offer as a department, and you are hiding behind budget cuts is no longer feasible. You must insource all staff in all institutes of higher learning, and there is ample evidence in the universities that have considered to the intervention of the EFF Students Command that called for insourcing of cleaners and security guards, that insourcing is a viable financial intervention. The University of Pretoria will testify to this. The EFF provides sound direction when we assert that insourcing is preservation of dignity of workers and a viable financial management modus operandi. We have not done this because it threatens the entrepreneurship train of self-enrichment amongst the politically connected who give you kickbacks for acquiring tender to provide what the state should ordinarily provide for our people with ease. You must reopen all those nursing colleges and all those teaching colleges that you have closed under the ANC government. You must institute that all institutes of higher learning teach 50% of all their courses in a South African language besides English. You must make it a requirement that all institutes of higher learning should offer degrees and courses in coding, computer hardware development, artificial intelligence, robotics, the internet, and biotechnology. You must establish satellite campuses that will provide focus on mining, mineral beneficiation, agriculture, and agro-processing and renewable energy. We reject the budget because you don't know that you don't have influence.
Your time
And I have to
has
show you
expired,
that
Honourable
these
Member.
issues of higher education can be resolved
Please take
if you
your
apply
seat,
yourself
Honourable
with
Member.
political will.
I'd like to request the Honourable Member to please observe the time limits. Thank you.
Chairperson.
Okay, switch off your microphone. Thank you. Now call upon the MK party, the Honourable Z.N. Noble.
Honorable Chair, we as the MK Party hereby reject the proposed budgets for higher education, despite the critical importance of this sector. In higher education affordability, finally, would like to address the elephant in the room, the rising cost of higher education. We must make tertiary education more accessible and affordable for all, not just the privileged few. To claim our dignity as a people, we as MK will include a mandatory subjects into the education curriculum focusing on African history, values, ethics, and morals, with special attention to gender relations. We reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The next Honourable Member from the Freedom Front Plus, the Honourable T. Briett.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Unfortunately, the same arguments cannot be used for the budget of higher education as for basic education. This is in no way a reflection on the new minister, but rather on the legacy that currently torments this department. What is this legacy monster I am talking about? It is NSFAS, of course. NSFAS is soos hy tans bestuur word 'n totale mislukking. Dit is geen wonder, dit is weer vir die tweede keer in minder as 5 jaar onder administrasie nie. Dit help egter nie die departement se saak aan nie en is die hoofrede waarom ons nie die begroting kan steun nie. Die ideaal van NSFAS is edel. Uitvoering is egter waar die probleem intree. Belastingbetalers se geld word verkwansel sonder om studente werklik te ondersteun. Studente word keer op keer in die steek gelaat en as dit nie een ding is nie, is dit die volgende. In an article by, and excuse the pronunciation, Nobuhle Nkabane, NSFAS, the good, the bad, and the ugly, the following was said. Opportunism and greed have permeated NSFAS at both administrative and governance levels. The sacred responsibility to act in the best interest of the many has been superseded by the narrow and selfish interests of a few. The appointment of direct payment service providers, the so-called fintech companies, was neither necessary nor desirable. By virtue of the number of beneficiaries involved and the profile of families directly affected by NSFAS funding, when something goes wrong with the payments to students, institutions of higher learning, or auxiliary support service providers such as transportation and accommodation, the impact is merely not negligible. It is a very good article. You should all have a read. Die crux is dat sonder daadwerklike verandering gaan hierdie 'n bodemlose put raak waar diensverskaffers ryker word en die eindverbruiker, die student, gaan ly. My opregte beroep aan die nuwe minister en haar span is om die bil by die horings te pak en NSFAS reg te ruk. Ek dankie.
Thank you very much. I now call upon the ANC, the Honorable M.F. Mokwele.
Thanks very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Up front, the African National Congress support the budget vote 17. A primary focus of the African National Congress in this administration is the realignment of curriculum responsive and PKM. The department has provided assurance to the committee regarding its intention to engage in collaborative efforts with industry, ensuring alignment of TVET curriculum with contemporary industry and sectoral requirements. This collaborative effort encompasses the updating of programs to encompass the needs of emerging sectors and the guarantee of relevance of the imparted skills to the current job market. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the commitment and investment evident in the TVET sector exemplified by the allocation of funds to integrate alternative forms of education into South African education system, the expansion of training and technical artisan skills, the promotion of technical and vocational education and training as the primary career choice, the advocacy for teaching as a profession, and the reinforcement of oversight and collaboration with the private education demonstrate exceptional potential. This potential warrants further investment as it yields substantial positive advances in TVET sector and skills hope for more promising future. Honorable Deputy Chair, we express confidence in the turnaround strategy put forth by the Minister with regard to the NSFAS. The appointment of administrator tasked with enhancing communication and ensuring transparent reporting from the entity signifies a positive step in the right direction. The department acknowledged of the necessity of amendment of NSFAS Act, particularly in strengthening governance by addressing the remuneration and evaluation of board members, marks a significant advancement. This highlights the government dedication to facilitating the completion of studies for individuals facing financial expulsion due to societal factors. Honorable Chair, through expanding higher education, we create equal opportunity for the youth and tackle the high rate of youth who are not in the employment, education, or training. Honorable Chair, education is one weapon to address the high unemployment rate by equipping our youth with the skills to participate in the economy. That is why, as the African National Congress, we are still saying that we are supporting this budget. Thank you. Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The vote is agreed to. The objections of the EFF, Freedom Front Plus, and MK Party are noted. I put vote 18, Department of Health. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. I call upon the DA, the Honorable N.S. Duplessis.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. On 18 January 2022, my father passed away in Swartland District Hospital. Yes, it is a public hospital. My father may have benefited from the previous government, however, he resisted it, which ultimately cost him a head of department position in 1974 at Stellenbosch University. His life shifted after a Damascus moment in 1987, and he dedicated the rest of his life to the service of others, amassing very little worldly wealth or possessions. And when he was diagnosed with Waldenström, a rare non-Hodgkin's lymphoma that affects only 3 to 5 cases per million people per year, a friend of mine immediately said, "Thankfully, he lives in the Western Cape. My friend is an accountant and not a politician." And her statement gave me pause. Surely, the quality of public health care needs to be the same in all provinces, whether you need TB treatment in Tata General Hospital or in George at the Harry Kumei Hospital. A public healthcare practitioner in Mahikeng should be able to get your full medical history with consent on an e-health platform if you have moved from Thohoyandou. Basically, regardless of the characteristics of birth or your socioeconomic standing, you should get excellent universal access to healthcare based on needs and not where you stay. For this to happen, the system needs to be attended to, and an honest and accurate investigation into the state of primary healthcare centers, or PHCs, has to be done. And a realistic evaluation, almost like the triage system, needs to be implemented and closely monitored. The PHCs that are triaged as red should receive immediate, innovative, and urgent innovations. In addition, an honest and accurate assessment on employee wellness needs to be done. It is not money that motivates our healthcare workers to leave public healthcare, but it is the desire to work in a system that gives excellent healthcare, not a broken system where a woman has to give birth in the passages because of a lack of space. I suggest that recovering the monies from scandals like the Tembisa corruption ring that cost Babita Deokaran her life. These monies could go a long way and could be a good start so that the people of South Africa are not taxed for the crimes of those who were meant to lead and represent them. Also notice I've not mentioned NHI. The Gauteng High Court ruling regarding the certificates of needs in the National Healthcare Act could have major implications on the implementation of this. Should the Constitutional Court confirm the High Court judgment, we do support the budget in order to get things done. However, we will hold the executive to account, as is our constitutional
Member, your time has expired.
Responsibility.
Thank you. I now call upon the MK Party, the EFF, the LH Aris.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters reject budget vote on health. Just last week, the High Court in Pretoria declared Section 36 of 40 of the National Health Act to be unconstitutional. The court overturned health legislation that dictates where doctors in private healthcare professionals may practice, while only 270 out of 800 unemployed doctors were appointed and the country grappled with unemployed doctors. This budget does not make provision to appoint any new doctors. This gross misallocation of public funds for private healthcare amount of 70 billion, while public healthcare is pathetic
and our people give birth on the floor and sleeps on the floors of the hospitals. Our people must stand in long queues from 4 in the morning, and clinics are not open 7 days a week, 24 hours per day, and our people died while waiting for health services. This budget is misaligned as the rich will benefit from the 17 billion in this budget. We therefore reject this budget of the department, which is known only for its widespread inefficiency, staff shortages. There's a difference in skill sets between rural and urban areas and poor patient management. Healthcare should be spread equally throughout the country. Most health facilities have acting CEOs and all other top management positions. This budget does not make provision to fill that vacancies. An elderly broke her elbow, and wait for 6 months now because she's been told that there's no bed for her. Livingston Hospital in the Eastern Cape sit with critical shortages of needles, nappies, nebulizer masks, adult oxygen masks, etc. Chairperson, these public healthcare facilities are overburdened and overcrowded, creating poor attitude of staff at hospitals, and therefore we reject this budget.
Thank you. Now I call upon the MK Party, the Honorable ZN Noble.
Honorable Chair, we as the MK Party hereby reject the proposed budget for health. MK Party will outline the concerns, starting with the most critical issue. There's an inadequate funding for public health programs. This is the foundation of a health society, and it's essentially we address it first. In the public health programs, the budget's failure to prioritize public health will lead to a rise in preventable diseases and healthcare costs. We must invest in programs that promote health education, disease prevention, and early intervention. On the health policy, we will implement the National Health Insurance (NHL) scheme as an instrument to redistribute resources in the healthcare system away from the expensive private healthcare system. We will establish a state pharmaceutical company to break the power of private capitalist monopoly over the South African health system. We will upgrade upgrade and expand the health infrastructure rapidly, bringing health facilities up to the minimum standards and norms. We therefore reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call upon the Freedom Front Plus, the Honorable T. Briett.
Thank you once again, Deputy Chairperson. I said this in the policy debates and during the opening of Parliament debate. The NHI will not magically fix the deficiencies we are currently experiencing in our health sector, at our clinics and at our hospitals. They will, in fact, only exacerbate them. But more than that, the NHI will fail these institutions and not do much better for the rest, if only to overburden them and to lower their standards. Die NGV gaan nie ewe skielik toeganklikheid tot gesondheidsorgfasiliteite verbeter nie en ook nie die beskikbaarheid van gesondheidsorg verhoog nie. Dit is 'n mite wat geskep is om die illusie te skep dat die NGV 'n magiese eenhoring, 'n unicorn is en vir Suid-Afrika se gesondheidsprobleme 'n oplossing is. Die enigste manier wat universele gesondheidsorg gaan realiseer is as daar verandering in ons fasiliteite kom. Ons het nodig om ons bestaande hospitale en klinieke op te gradeer. Bestuur van hulpbronne moet hoog op die agenda wees en die talle Suid-Afrikaanse medici wat werkloos is, moet aangestel word. In a shocking article in March of this year, the then Minister of Health, now the Deputy Minister of Health, admitted that during the 2022-23 financial year, the provincial departments of health that are under-resourced, underspent more than 3 billion rand. Less of that 1 billion rand has been rolled over or carried over. Of course, our hospitals and clinics are in a state of disrepair. It is because we do not spend our money and we do not do the necessary upgrades to ensure that people do not have to go to the swamps that we call state-owned hospitals. Voorsitter, as hierdie departement net by die basiese wil begin, sal daar nie 'n nood vir die NGV wees nie. 'n Nood wat die NGV ook nooit kan oplos nie. Dit is vir die rede dat die 5+ nie geld aan hierdie departement kan oorweeg nie en ons kan nie die begroting ondersteun nie. Ek dank u.
Thank you. And now I call upon the ANC, the Honorable MP Sibande.
The occurrences of natural disasters have not only had devastating effects on many South Africans, but also on the health sector. Our health workers continue to play a central role in responding to such devastations, and we applaud their continued dedication to their profession and the preservation of life. Thus, the budget is committed to supporting healthy workers through improved working conditions, training and recruitment initiatives. Strengthening our healthy infrastructure also remains critical to our ability and robustly respond and withstand health threats such as COVID-19 pandemic. The new hospitals being built and ideal clinic programs are part of realization and expanding and improving the infrastructure preparedness against the continuous health. We endorse the department's commitment to strengthening primary health care as the first defense of our health system and critical component of early detection and prevention. Such intervention are envisaged to reduce the burden created by communicable and non-communicable diseases, which constitute the largest portion of the budget. We have noted with great concern the false narratives circulating in public discourse regarding the High Court ruling on Wednesday, 24 July 2024, which declared that Section 36 to 40 of the National Health Act 61 of 2003 is unconstitutional. We reiterate that this judgment has nothing to do with the National Health Insurance. However, with all due respect to the court, we remain committed to the appreciation that the certificate of need is a global practice which plays a critical role in regulating the quality and standard of healthcare. Furthermore, we remain resolved to the successful implementation of the NHI and the pursuit of equality and healthy care. Through the NHI, we are committed to creating a healthy care system that realizes health as a fundamental human right, where access is not conditionally to one's race, geographic location, or socio-economic standing. The African National Congress support the budget, vote 18.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The vote is agreed to, and the objections of the EFF, Freedom Front Plus, and MK Party are noted. We now move on to vote 19, social development. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78. I therefore call upon the EFF, the Honorable L.H. Erings.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. The EFF rejects budget vote for social development. We reject, bak op jou oortjies en toe jou mondjie, luister. We reject a budget which has failed to provide a social security system that uplifts our people out of poverty. We also reject the budget of a department which has since the sixth parliament battled with a shortage of social workers. The unemployment has increased and the numbers of those SASSA beneficiaries constantly increase, which includes 760,000 graduates. While NPOs that render a crucial service to our people must close their doors due to budget that is slashed by department and some not getting funding from the department. While up to 20 million South Africans be severely food insecure, with millions of kids going to bed hungry each night. Deputy Chair, we stood on various platforms and stated that the current 370 SRD grant needs to be replaced with a basic income grant that must be above the poverty line and based on qualifications of beneficiaries starting from 1,500. This budget also does not cater for thousands of child-headed households where children live still in a household where the household income is below the poverty line. This is a cruel act which ultimately deprived young people of basic needs and necessary opportunities for their well-being and development. This budget also does not speak to the 3,500 babies that are abandoned every year and the failure to provide baby savers in places where mothers can voluntarily surrender their babies, and therefore we reject this budget.
Thank you. I now call upon the MK party, the Honorable Z.N. Noble.
Nkosi, julle moet nou notas vat.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we as the MK party hereby reject the budget for science and innovation. Today, MK party outlined the concerns, starting with the most critical
Sorry,
issue.
Honorable Member, we are on vote 19, social development.
Social and development.
Wrong bus.
As we are Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, we reject this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now move on to the ANC, the Honorable D.W. Finnis.
Thank you, Chairperson. The department revealed that the theme for the budget vote is reigniting the role of the family. The role of the family is instrumental in reviving the moral fiber of our society and encouraging a sense of collective responsibility. The theme draws us back to our roots of Ubuntu, where Umtu, Mtu, Ngabantu, which is loosely translated to a person is a person through other persons. Through robust collaboration with various stakeholders, such as the communities, the private sector, and civil society, we can continue to make headway towards creating a sustainable future for all by supporting the vulnerable. Working with the relevant government departments, we can challenge social ills such as crime and the new trend of protection fees, which undermine our rule of law and people's effort to create decent lives for themselves. The work of the department plays an instrumental role in strengthening our democracy and realizing the commitments of the ANC towards ridding society of the systematic and structural barriers placed on our people. The barriers hinder their access to resources and opportunities to be active citizens who can realize their full potential. We remain committed to providing comprehensive social services, which address alcohol and substance abuse, the plight of gender-based violence and femicide, as well as making provisions to alleviate hunger and unemployment. The budget will also help realize the ANC's commitment to support vulnerable groups such as children, older persons, and people living with disabilities through social grants, which act as a lifeline in challenge poverty and inequality. Furthermore, the ANC is committed to expanding the support it created through the social relief of distress grant by introducing the basic income grant. Thus, the budget is a representation of the continued policy commitments of the ANC, and therefore, we as the African National Congress supports this budget. I thank you.
Thank you. The vote is agreed to. The objections of the EFF and the MK party are noted. We now move on to vote 20, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. I therefore call upon the DA, the Honorable J.M. Adriansa.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We support the proposed budget. However, we urge the inclusion of free sanitary pads, or at the very least, the addition of this essential product to the zero-listed rated items list to ensure dignity and health. If condoms can be distributed for free, where choice is involved, why not provide sanitary pads for a monthly period, which is not a choice? We must intensify efforts against gender-based violence and the monstrous act of corrective rape. Strengthening support systems and preventative measures is imperative. We need more. We need more value for our money. Together, we can build a safer, more inclusive society. The Democratic Alliance do support this budget.
Thank you. I now call upon the MK party, the Honorable S.M. Mokoena.
I must give my
Thank you, Chair. Our President Jacob Zuma is very passionate about the equal rights for all and the protection of women and youth and persons with disabilities. We are a country grappling with an epidemic of violence against women, against our children. So picture a department that's supposed to tackle this head on, yet seems to think that the solution is a bunch of hollow promises and underfunded shelters. Next, we can talk about youth and unemployment. Over half of our young people are still jobless and unemployed. And what do they get from this department? A smattering of short-term initiatives and piecemeal programs. It's like trying to fix a leaky roof with a duct tape. Despite all the noble-sounding laws and policies, accessibility in South Africa is still more of a suggestion than a reality. Public buildings, transportation systems, workplace, none of them have received the memo that persons with disabilities are people too. This exclusion not only tramples on their rights, but also robs our society on their available contributions. Our department is also notorious for its lack of transparency and accountability. Funds meant for critical programs have a habit of mysteriously disappearing or being squandered on who knows what. It's almost as though there's a revolving door between the department and the black hole where public money goes and vanishes. In conclusion, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability is a case study of how not to fulfill a mandate. We therefore, as Umkhonto Wesizwe, will not be supporting this, as we will be doing our voters an injustice. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call upon the EFF, the Honorable L.H. Harris.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Chair. The EFF rejects budget on women, youth, persons with disabilities. We reject the department which does not respond to the many challenges faced by women and persons living with disabilities in the country. We reject this budget of a department which is responsible for our people still struggling just to access public buildings and holding cells at police stations. We need to you must go and visit public departments and notice that there is not many employees which are people living with disabilities employed into state institutions. Disability desks jobs are scarce in the rural outskirts of towns and are given only to selected few. There's no opportunity for people living with disabilities in the rural outskirts. Public transportation still remains a nightmare for people with disabilities, as our current system does not accommodate the needs of these people. And this department has not done much to assist our people in wheelchairs access public buildings or transport for that matter. While children with special needs still being deprived from their constitutional right to education, and their needs is not being catered for in this budget, and the land is still in the hands of the minority, and less than 1% of land is owned by people living with disability. The EFF rejects the budget of a department that has failed the women of this country and has failed young people and those who are living with disabilities. We therefore, ons verwerp hierdie begroting. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much. We now go on to the ANC, the Honorable D.W. Finnis.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. To address the injustice of the past and create equal opportunities for all South Africans to prosper in our land, the democratic government has prioritized empowering the marginalized as a priority focus of our government programs and mobilize the private sector behind this vision. Patriarchy will not be eradicated without society-wide efforts to deal with it in our social, economic, and political life. The youth will continue to be the greatest casualties of unemployment, substance abuse, and marginalization from the economy if we don't ensure all social partners have an obligation to ensure youth as beneficiaries of development is a central component of strategies. Persons living with disabilities continue to face various challenges despite these challenges impacting on our society. Our government has expanded basic education and higher education and training for the youth to equip them with the skills to participate actively in the economy. People with disabilities have also been provided with supporting facilities and equipment. Through policies of mainstreaming marginalized group, we can state that the alleviation of the coordination of such programs in the presidency has enhanced government empowerment programs. The development of the National Strategy Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide is one of the major highlights of the strength of the coordination at the presidency level. Laws have been amended to improve GBVF interventions and increased resource allocation has been achieved. The budget vote supports the critical mandate, and as the ANC, we continue to call on all social partners to focus on addressing the structural and systematic factors which perpetuate the marginalization of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We support this vote to continue with its work, which includes supporting the NYDA, which creates business funding opportunities for the youth and other training initiatives in the presidency. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The vote is agreed to. The objections of the EFF and MK party are noted. I now put vote 21, Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. I therefore call upon the EFF, the Honorable V. Gericke.
Ja, baie dankie voorsitter. Die EFF sal nie hierdie begroting ondersteun nie. Gevolglik verwerp ons die begroting. Deel van die mandaat van die burgerlike sekretariaat is om gemeenskapsbetrokkenheid te verbeter en hulle val natuurlik en misluk in daardie rol om gemeenskapsbetrokkenheid te verbeter. Ons kan oral gaan waar ons betrokke is en ons soek aan die burgerlike sekretariaat se kantore en ons sien dit eintlik nêrens nie. Ons weet nie waar hulle betrokke is nie. Weet u dat die begroting van hierdie departement is 123 miljoen rand en die ongelukkige gedeelte is dat 78,9% van hierdie begroting gaan aan die salarisse van mense wat daar werk. Dit beteken dat 20% van hierdie begroting gaan aan logistiek en aan resources ensovoorts om dan die departement in staat te stel om met die gemeenskappe interaksie te hê. Nou dit is 'n skokkende staat van omstandighede en daarom kan die EFF nie hierdie begroting ondersteun nie, voorsitter. As jy verder gaan, sal jy kyk na die 2023, 24 en tot 2026, 27 begroting, maak hierdie departement voorsiening net om slegs 17 mense verder aan te stel. Dit is bitter min in vergelyking met die groei met onze bevolkingsgroei. Dit beteken dat hulle gaan achteruit, eintlik, en hulle dryf verder weg van die gemeenskap af. Chair, this department is also responsible to assist the police in policy formulation and interaction with communities. And if this department is not interacting with communities and stakeholders, it will effectively mean that policies may be disconnected from the plight of communities that suffer crime. This is the problem, want as jy nie met die gemeenskappe interaksie het nie, sal jy nie weet om die beleid te formuleer nie. So as a party, as the EFF, we say much more needs to be done to involve the community and to develop an inclusive approach. In this instance, the department fails miserably, Chairperson, and need to reprioritize their roles and responsibilities. The community is the most important stakeholder and the civilian secretariat is absent to hear their voices. Now, just a reminder, there's a Constitutional Court judgment stating that community participation cannot just merely be a ticking of the boxes, but it's got to be a proper, comprehensive engagement with communities. Dit is wat dit meen in Kosi. Ons moet interaksie hê met die gemeenskappe om te weet en ook om ons beleide te formuleer. Anders is ons beleide maar net akademies en tegnies en dit kan niks doen. Daar's geen practicality in dit om die gemeenskap positief te beïnvloed nie. En op hierdie noot, voorsitter, moet ek teleurstel en sê ons sal nie as die EFF hierdie begroting ondersteun nie, omdat dit in gebreke is.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Your time
op
is
belangrike
expired.
punte in die gemeenskap. Baie dankie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Inkosi.
I now call upon the next honorable member.
Bonga. Thank you.
I now
Yes.
please take your seat, honorable member. Your
EFF
time is
speaks
expired.
Afrikaans, Chairperson. We speak Afrikaans.
Please
You must call the
take
PA
your
to
seat,
order.
honorable
The
member. You are out of
discriminate
order.
Against Afrikaans, Chairperson.
You are out of order, honorable member. I now call upon the ANC, the honorable P. Noah.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. We will not be drowned by the rejection. And if you want things to happen, you must appropriate money for things to happen. That's why I stand here before this House on behalf of the ANC to support budget vote 21 of the Civilian Secretariat of Police Service. The Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service remains consistent in terms of the development and review of constitutionally compliant legislation that contributes to the effectiveness of the criminal justice system, including the assessment and review of prescripts that, although well-intended, inadvertently hamper police service delivery. As outlined in its annual performance plan, the CSPS has developed the national policing policy that envisions a South Africa that enjoins a police service that elicits respect and that is committed to ensuring the safety of all people in South Africa by way of the police effectively executing their constitutional mandate. As part of moving forward, the Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service indicated that in the 2024-2025 financial year, the strategic and policy direction of the department will continue to focus on the promotion of the police professionalism, trust, and improving effectiveness of the police service. As per our constitutional role as members of parliament, we will, through our oversight role, ensure that the Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service implement its priorities in this financial year. So the ANC supports the budget vote 21 of the Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you very much. The vote is agreed to. The objections of the EFF and the MK party are noted. I now put vote 22, Correctional Services, and I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. I therefore call upon the DA, the Honorable N. Godsoe.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Overcrowding remains the most pressing challenge confronting the department. One of the principal contributors to this is the ever-growing number of remand detainees. In a democratic society, the legitimacy of the criminal justice system hinges on public confidence. The Department of Correctional Services is integral to the criminal justice system, and public confidence in the department's ability to fulfill its constitutional mandate is paramount. Overcrowding and the persistent dysfunctionality within the Department of Justice, which inundates the correctional system with remand detainees, can no longer be tolerated. The incarceration program, which commands the largest budget allocation for 24-25, has seen an increase of 1 billion rand compared to the previous fiscal year. This increase comes at the expense of critical programs such as rehabilitation and social reintegration, whose budgets have been reduced. It is clear that this reallocation is driven by increased remand detainee members. This misallocation is not a reflection of the department's deficiencies, but rather a symptom of dysfunctionality within the courts and the NPA. The DA has proposed in the past, and we do so here again, that interdepartmental solutions must be explored. We need to engage the Department of Justice, the courts, and the NPA to consider extending court hours to reduce the high remand detainee numbers. It is noteworthy that targets for the inspection of correctional facilities and public-private partnerships have been removed for the current financial year. It's also particularly interesting that the G4S public-private partnership facility in Mangaung has yet to be taken over by the Department of Correctional Services, contrary to the former minister's indications. A core responsibility of the department should never have been contracted out. I hope the Thabo Bester debacle served as a lesson well learned. The target for the implementation of the controversial integrated inmate management system has been set at 26% for the 24-25 financial year. Systems like these should be the property of the department, as it is with the new DCS developed electronic monitoring technology. Licensing agreements with outside entities exposes DCS to unnecessary risk. The DA insists that the GICS bill is long overdue and it should be expedited without further delay. It appears that some of the work done by the department in the previous administration has reaped some benefits. The astonishing raid at the Sun City Detention Facility just last week, to name one. In order for the department to continue the good work, the DA supports the budget.
Thank you. Now I call upon the EFF, the Honorable B. Gericke.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think it's important to state that we've got to listen to understand that the EFF has got a role and responsibility in this parliament and also in the community. And therefore we articulate on behalf of the community. We are not just here to drown the voices. We have something to say, sir. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the proposed budget on correctional services. This department is failing miserably in its constitutional mandate to inter alia rehabilitate and reintegrate offenders successfully into communities. It is a known fact that even if offenders are first-time offenders, the statistics show that those offenders are likely to return to the correctional centers again as repeat offenders. This is a very serious indictment against the departments as it speaks about the failure of the DCS to introduce effective programs to rehabilitate offenders. Again, the 70% budget for compensation of employees is way too high a wage account. It creates the impression that this department is an employment agency. It is vividly clear that the department is incapable and not equipped to meet its mandate. For this reason, the EFF proposed that overpopulation should be avoided at all costs. South Africa's prisons are also understaffed, badly designed, and structurally crumbling. We therefore reject the budget of a department which fails to provide inmates with conditions which lack human dignity. The EFF also proposed a rapid transformation of the correction system and compel offenders to undergo education and skills development so that they may understand accountability and citizens' responsibility towards communities. The system must prioritize corrective programs rather than punitive action. It is incumbent on the Department of Correctional Services to submit proper budgets in order to achieve their constitutional mandate, Chairperson, and therefore the EFF rejects this budget. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now I call upon the MK Party, the Honorable S.A. Zulu.
Once again, thank you very much for the opportunity given, Honorable Deputy Chairperson and the Honorable members. The MK Party herein reject this budget on the following grounds. The plans do not provide realistic strategies aimed at reducing relapse or reoffending. Budget inadequate for introduction or provision of new technological interventions aimed at eliminating possibilities of making centers breeding grounds for criminal activities. There is no cogent plan to fight crime and corruption in the centers. Honorable the Deputy Chairperson, ngendlela South Africans are rejecting ngayo i-ANC then ebe ruling party. Nathi le budget rejecta kanjani. Say reject yourself.
Yabonga Makeva. And now go on to the ANC, the Honorable O.D. Madupe.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me be clear from the onset that the ANC support this budget. The core business of, thank you. The core business of DSC is rehabilitation. Through self-sufficient, sustainable model, the department contributes towards social relief efforts. The Department of Correctional Services workshop have been capacitated with the latest technology to enable them to produce inmate uniform, staff uniform, shoes in large quantities. Offenders are capacitated to produce their own food on their farms and bakeries, savings to the fiscus. The ANC remain an advocate for self-sufficiency and skills development. Through skills development, meaningful contribution into economy is possible. The rehabilitation offenders and equipping them with necessary skills after incarceration will contribute to save South Africa and reduce reoffense. Offenders' rehabilitation and reintegration are vital components of comprehensive and holistic crime fighting strategy. It was reported that metric pass rate of inmates at correctional facilities reached 93.2%, with a total of 137 out of 147 full-time candidates passing the 2023 National Senior Certificates exams. Part-time candidates achieved a pass rate of 84%. This is commendable, Chair. Offenders are taught many things such as building, painting, farming, plumbing, and empowering with various other skills, while we also allow them to study further and even obtain postgraduate qualification. This is to assist offenders to fend for themselves after they have served time in correctional centers and released back into society. The DSCS offenders into communities to work together to better them through the skills acquired in correctional centers, thereby contributing positively to society. Crime is a scourge that continues to ravage society. Fighting is not just the responsibility of government, but that of entire society. Collaboration between government, private sectors, academia, civil societies, NGO, faith-based organizations, and all need to come on board. We have a role to play. Together we can do more. The ANC support this budget, so I move.
Thank you very much. The vote is agreed to. The objections of the EFF and the MK party are noted. I put vote 23, defense. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. I therefore call upon the DA, the N. Gotzel.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. In the past 5 years, South Africa has seen a renewed reliance on its defense force. The SANDF was called in by President Ramaphosa, inter alia, to enforce the COVID-19 lockdown, support the police on other domestic security-related tasks when the July 2021 unrest happened, assisted him to inspect flood damage in KZN shortly after these unrests, and to back up efforts when load shedding persisted amid allegations of theft and sabotage at Eskom coal power stations. These were all unfunded mandates. The minister recently told Parliament about the increasing expectations on the Defence Force, but the budget doesn't support these expectations. The 1998 Defence Force Review determined that salaries should comprise 40% of the total budget. Of the current 58.1 million rand budget, 66% goes to paying salaries, leaving very little for training, operations, improvement of facilities, and the modernization of military capabilities. The risk factor is a bloated SANDF and the resistance to modernization of capabilities, but also of troops. 441 million rand has been allocated for the repair and maintenance of naval defense systems and enhanced patrols in our waters. That is nearly the equivalent of the money Panyaza Lesufi spent on ridiculous tenders to fumigate some Gauteng public schools while he was the MEC for Education. Warfare has changed and left South Africa's force wanting. The SANDF deployment in the DRC is certainly not a SADC peacekeeping mission, with South Africans paying the ultimate price, like when 2 soldiers were recently killed in the DRC. Neighboring countries like Angola and Zambia do not participate in the SADC mission, although both share borders with the DRC. The Department of Defense faces a mandate to deploy 2,900 SANDF members in the DRC at a projected cost of 2.4 billion rand, and the Mozambique deployment at a projected cost of 850 million rand during this financial year. Only 2.6 billion rand has been allocated over the MTEF for peace support operations. Last week's Treasury allocation of 2.1 billion rand for Operation Tiba and 750 million rand for Operation Vikela in Mozambique, being collectively 400 million rand less than the projected cost, will certainly ease the financial pressure on the SANDF. However, the escalation of the DRC conflict will certainly demand more funding. One way of prioritizing the money that is currently available is to save SANDF soldiers deployed to the DRC to come home immediately. The DA supports the budget in order for the Department of Defense to focus on a fresh defense review to guide the SANDF towards a lean, potent, agile defense force, which is what South Africa currently needs.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the EFF, the Honourable V. Herrick.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. The EFF is vividly clear in its articulation and its strategies and its policies. The EFF will not criticize a budget, identify all the problems in the budget, and then afterwards still support. This is hypocritic. And this is tantamount to witchcraft in this house. This is witchcraft in this house happening at the moment. Chairperson, we reject as the EFF this vote 23 on defense. And as the EFF, we are grossly concerned about our soldiers dying beyond the borders of South Africa. We are sure that these deaths can be attributed to a lack of proper training and development of soldiers to keep up with international technological standards and the attacks of terrorists and their strategies. We therefore call on authorities to deploy soldiers according to their levels of training and expertise in order to prevent unnecessary deaths. The proposed 2,900 soldiers to be deployed to the DRC is a very high number and raise questions about our own domestic safety if so many soldiers are deployed out of the country and our own border control. The crime levels in South Africa have escalated exponentially and requires a much higher budget to the Department of Defense to assist the police to fight crime in strategic areas. The proposed budget of 3.9 billion rand over 3 years is not enough to render effective security services in this regard. As the EFF, we propose the increase of the defense budget so that effective programs in that Department of Defense can be rolled out. The EFF proposed modernization for the SANDF to ensure it remains agile and responsive to the contemporary security challenges. And our soldiers are needed to play a much bigger role in border control to prevent illegal foreigners. The illegal foreigners, this system was created by the ANC and by nobody else but by the ANC alone. And assist the border control police to make sure that foreigners are documented when entering South Africa. They should not only concentrate to control African immigrants alone, but immigrants from Europe and Asia as well. Therefore, their services are needed to all border control points to ensure that immigrants are registered and fingerprinted. The EFF rejects this budget vote. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call upon the MK Party, the Honorable S.A. Zulu. Okay.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. GNU honorables, you are subjected to this for the next 5 years. We are not here on your invitation. We are elected to be here. So we are going to represent our masses here. The plans are non-committal on reviewing the integration process that led to the establishment of the SANDF. That's further undermining former liberation military veterans. The reduction of budget shall limit the capacity of the military to increase investment in new military equipment. Reduction of refurbishment and maintenance budget shall limit the ability of the military to provide necessary security for our borders in the country, sorry. Non-committal strategies from the plans to recapitalize the NEL and AMSCO and drive state-to-state military cooperation with BRICS countries further cement our position to reject this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call upon the ANC, the Honorable P.A. Phala.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the NCOP, as we commemorate 30 years of democracy, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in our nation's history. The budget vote debate on the Department of Defense reflect not just a financial commitment, but a reaffirmation of our core values of peace, security, and collaboration. Over the past 3 decades, South Africa has consistently demonstrated its dedication to global peace and regional stability through active participation in African Union and United Nations peacekeeping missions. Our armed forces, under the banner of the South African National Defence Force, have played a crucial role in stabilizing conflict zones and supporting post-conflict reconstruction efforts across the continent. The proposed budget allocates resources strategically to uphold our sovereignty, enhance our defense capabilities, and continue our contribution to international peacekeeping efforts. It supports the vital initiatives such as the deployment of SNDF members in peace support operation in Democratic Republic of Congo and Mozambique, aimed at fostering stability in the region amidst challenging security landscape. Furthermore, the budget underscores our commitment to modernizing our defense infrastructure, enhancing our humanitarian efforts, and addressing emerging security threats effectively. In conclusion, the African National Congress stands in full support of this budget. It not only secures our national interest, but also reinforces our pledge to global peace and regional stability. Let us unite in endorsing this budget as a testament to our unwavering commitment to a secure, peaceful, prosperous future of all South Africans. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The vote is agreed to. The objections of the EFF and MK party are noted. I now put vote 24, Independent Police Investigative Director. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. I therefore call upon the DA, the OJ Mokai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The IPIT is primarily responsible to investigate serious crimes committed by members of the SAPS and the Municipal Police Service. This is done to ensure our law enforcement officers discharge their responsibilities in line with the Constitution of the Republic. This in turn is aimed at enhancing police professionalism. A major challenge to the Directorate is the finalization of cases. This is further compounded with the current case management system that is outdated and requires costly updates and the payment of licensing fees. They plan over the medium term to develop a new system. Additionally, the Directorate is appointing quality assurers and contract workers as part of its backlog strategy to reduce its increasing backlog in the finalization of cases. At the start of the 2024-25 financial year, the IPID had a total of 17,988 active cases and 28,345 post-decision ready cases. Honorable Chairperson and members, when cases take too long to finalize, justice and closure is denied to the complainants. The main appropriation for the Directorate is 370 million rands, which is a slight nominal increase of 1.7%. The Democratic Alliance supports the consideration of Budget 24 and will continue to play a robust oversight and monitor the proper expenditure of these funds. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call upon the EFF, the Honorable V. Hariga.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the proposed budget for the Department of IPIT and Civilian Secretary for Police. Statistics show that cases of police brutality, rape, torture, and assault have increased over the last couple of years. The Independent Police Investigative Directorate is a critical department in terms of oversight over the police and protecting the rights of the general public. The EFF strongly advocates for the real independence of this department with no attachment or dependence from the South African Police Service. Because at present, this department is reporting to the police department, so there can be no independence, and IPIT cannot report to the same department which they investigate. It is constituting a conflict of interest and result in non-prosecution and cover-up of dangerous offenders within the police department. The EFF is well aware how inaccessible this department is. The general public has great difficulty to follow up on their cases or complaints. This department is also understaffed and under-budgeted. The EFF is very serious about the independence of IPIT in order to prevent corruption and manipulation of the criminal justice system when it comes to investigating the police. Oversight is a cornerstone of our democracy. For this reason, the EFF submits that IPID should be declared a Section 9 institution and part of the organizations that support democracy. It will strengthen democracy and afford the general public and police offenders the opportunity to submit charges and complaints without fear or intimidation and victimization. The EFF rejects this budget, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen of the GNU. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I now call upon the ANC, Honorable O.D. Madupe.
Honorable Deputy Chair, the ANC support the budget vote 24 of Independent Police Investigative Directorate. The mandate of IP, among other things, includes the investigation of any alleged misconduct or offense committed by members of police service, thus ensuring that the police execute their mandate within the parameters of law. The IPID outlines in its annual performance plan that the policy priorities in this financial year will also focus on the establishment of policy and research unit that will analyze the trends to guide its policy intervention and informed decision making. In addition, IPID will also establish an access and awareness rural strategy, which intends to establish and strengthen relationship with rural communities, as well as to create awareness on the IPID and legislative mandate. Further, that IPID will, over the next 3 years, prioritize addressing the case backlog and investigating cases related to alleged police brutality, rape, torture, and assault. This will contribute to the reduction in reported cases of gender-based violence, femicide, and special emphasis will be placed on cases that involves women, children, and people living with disabilities. The ANC support this budget, so I move.
Thank you. The vote is agreed to and the objections of the EFF and MK party are noted. I now put vote 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78. I therefore call upon the EFF, Honorable N.P. Tinga.
Nolubabalo Mcinga from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Chairperson, the EFF rejects the budget of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. This department is the cornerstone of our democracy, tasked with upholding the rule of law and ensuring justice for all citizens. Yet it has consistently failed to deliver on its mandate. Firstly, access to justice remains a significant challenge, particularly for marginalized communities. Many South Africans cannot afford legal representation, and public legal services are often overstretched and underfunded. This budget does not allocate sufficient funds to increase legal aid and ensure that all citizens can access justice. Secondly, the backlog of cases in our court is alarming, Chairperson. Delays in the judicial process undermine the rule of law and deny citizens timely justice. This budget does not provide for necessary measures to streamline court processes or the adoption of digital technologies to improve and reduce delays. Furthermore, the independence of judiciary must be protected at all costs. Recent political interference and corruption within the justice system have eroded public trust. This budget does not strengthen mechanisms that safeguard judicial independence or hold those who undermine it accountable. Our correctional facilities are another area of concern. Overcrowding, poor conditions, and inadequate rehabilitation programs fail to prepare inmates for reintegration into society. This budget does not address the need to improve prison conditions or expand rehabilitation and education programs to reduce backsliding. Lastly, public awareness and education about constitutional rights are essential. Many citizens are unaware of their rights and how to exercise them. This budget does not increase efforts to educate the public, ensuring that everyone understands their rights and their avenues available to protect them. In conclusion, the economic freedom fighters reject this budget and demands comprehensive reforms to ensure a fair, efficient, and independent justice system that services all South Africans. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I call upon the MK Party, the Honorable S.A. Zulu.
Yes, sibonge kwindlu ehloniphekile, sibonge nakuwe mgcinisihlalo. Non-committal and absence of the strategies to advance amendments of the Constitution or replace it with African law and free the country from the bondage of colonial regulatory framework inspired us to reject this budget. Lack or absence of initiatives and strategies from the plans to profess for referendum on the scrapping of the Constitution and replace it with a parliamentary system having not a codified Constitution inspired us to reject this budget. The lack and absence of strategies to establish a lower and upper house constituted by indigenous kings, queens, and other traditional leaders inspired us to reject this budget. Accordingly, we reject this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Declaring on behalf of the African National Congress is the Honourable Advocate Nkosi Nonkonyana.
House Chair and honourable members, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to express our unqualified support for the budget vote for the Department of Justice and Correctional and Constitutional Development. Let us make it crystal clear that the course that was set by our forebears in establishing this glorious movement, the African National Congress, more than 100 years ago, and following the principles underlying the National Democratic Revolution, as the cadres of the movement, we are going to jealously guide that course. No one will be allowed to derail us. No one will be allowed to stop us. Secondly, I notice that the ultra-lefts, the EFF and MK, in all the budgets, they want to stop the African National Congress to deliver a better life to all the people of this country. And our people will be the judge. You don't want them to get water. You don't want them to get any services in this country. You want their government to collapse. They will be the judge. Again, I see ultra-right in the form of another form of a GNU of the reactionaries. That is Freedom Front Plus. In four votes, allying themselves with the ultra-lefts. I see that the ultra-lefts and the ultra-rights matching, thinking and hoping that they are going to stop us. Let me tell you, forward ever, backward never. The Department of Justice has, honorable members, pronounced that they have embarked on modernization and digitalization of justice services as its priority outcome, which relies heavily on ICT in its 2021 2025 strategic plan.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has expired.
The ANC support this vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The vote is therefore agreed to. The objections of the EFF and the MK Party are noted. I'll now put vote 26, which is military veterans. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of their votes in terms of Rule 78. I therefore call upon for the Economic Freedom Fighters, the Honourable Virgil Chirika. Honourable Chirika.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are set and adamant not to distort our history, but to tell the truth to the people and not mislead the people. Yes. I hope this is a message to Nkosi, to Honourable Nkosi. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the budget for military veterans. We reject the budget of a department which has failed to support and recognize military veterans for their contribution to bring about the realization of a peaceful, democratic South Africa. This department is a very poor performing department and a disgrace to the soldiers and freedom fighters who fought for the liberation of our country. Our research shows that only 256 soldiers out of almost 14,000 soldiers are registered for the veterans benefits in Nkosi. The EFF disputes strongly the amount of 9,500 veterans quoted by the department who qualify for benefits. It is widely reported how military veterans are struggling without housing opportunities, medical benefits, pension and access to educational opportunities. And many of these veterans and former freedom fighters are currently living in informal settlements under bridges and in backyards. The Department of Military Veterans do not have a proper technological system, storage facilities for data of veterans, and suffer a lack of professional administrative capabilities. It's because this was the positions given to cronies and they did not know what to do when they got into the department. This department has collapsed and the EFF demands a radical overhaul of this department to give justification to the dignity and rights of these veterans to access their benefits. The department has no facilities for their veterans in rural areas. Often these people do not even have taxi fare to get to the offices. And these veterans in many instances do not have money to cover even the basic needs. This is totally unacceptable. And the EFF says that especially those veterans who fought on the side of the freedom fighters to liberate our country should be prioritized and their dignity and integrity should be restored by compensating them for their very critical role in liberating South Africa from white apartheid South Africa. Ons kyk hier aan ons mense nie, you got to pay, you got to stop stealing the money, the ANC must stop stealing the money, and they must look after the military veterans, those people who paid with their lives to liberate our country, who shot on the borders, who were standing there to liberate South Africa. We must look after our people. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Chirika. On behalf of the MK Party, Honourable Zulu.
There is no cogent plan and commitment to review the current military veterans' pension to ensure that it covers their daily expenses and that of their dependents. Plans and budget is non-committal to deal effectively with the plight of military veterans, including the effects of the integration process that led to the establishment of SANDF. We reject this budget.
Thank you, Honourable Zulu. Declaring on behalf of the ANC is the Honourable Pala.
Honourable Chairperson and members of the NCOP, once again, we are here today, we gather in this esteemed house to honor those who have served the nation with dedication and bravery. Military veterans have played a crucial role in securing the freedoms we enjoy today. And it is It is Parliament's duty to ensure they are supported and recognized for their sacrifices. Over the past 5 years, the Sixth Administration has made significant strides in enhancing the lives of military veterans. One of their most notable achievements has been the successful rollout of military veterans pension. This program has provided a crucial safety net for those who have been giving so much for the country. The pension has not only offered financial stability, but has also recognized the invaluable contributions of the veterans, ensuring they can live with dignity and respect. Recognizing the contribution of military veterans to South Africa's democracy promotes social cohesion and national unity and fosters a sense of shared history and purpose. This recognition is not only a moral obligation, but a step towards rectifying historical injustice. Over the medium term, access to key benefits such as pension, housing, healthcare, and education for military veterans and their dependents will be prioritized. This comprehensive approach supports the well-being of military veterans and contributes to the broader development of society. Looking ahead to the 7th administration, the priorities will build upon this achievement and addresses new challenges. Support for military veterans will be strengthened, ensuring they are not only remembered, but actively supported in all areas of life. Enhancing the military veterans pension, improving the departmental efficiency, and addressing housing insecurity remain critical priorities. To achieve these goals, support for the proposed budget is sought, which will enable to maintain its commitments and invest in the future of the veterans. This budget will support the expansion of military veterans pension, the enhancement of education and health services, and the continuation of housing initiatives. As the African National Congress, we support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Vote 26 is agreed to, and the objections of the EFF and MK Party are noted. Honourable members, I will now put vote 27. It's the Office of the Chief Justice. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations in terms of Rule 78. First of all, for the Economic Freedom Fighters, Honourable Mqina.
Nolu Babalo Mqinga from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the budget of the Office of the Chief Justice. This office holds a critical role in maintaining the integrity and independence of our judiciary, yet it has consistently failed to meet its mandate. Firstly, the backlog of cases remains a significant issue. Delays in the judicial process not only hinder justice, but also erode public confidence in the legal system. This budget does not invest adequately in increasing the capacity of our courts, including the appointment of more judges and the use of digital technology to case management. Judicial independence is supreme. Any form of political interference or corruption within the judiciary undermines the rule of law and democracy. This budget does not ensure robust mechanisms are in place to protect the judiciary, influence to hold accountable those who attempt to compromise its independence. Training and development of judicial officers are crucial. Continuous professional development ensures that our judges and magistrates are well equipped to handle complex legal issues and deliver justice. This budget does not allocate sufficient funds for comprehensive training programs that enhance their skills and knowledge. Access to justice remains a challenge for many South Africans, particularly those from disadvantaged backgrounds. We must work towards making the judiciary more accessible, including improving legal aid services and ensuring the court procedures are user-friendly and not extremely expensive. This budget fails to address these needs. Finally, the Office of the Chief Justice must promote transparency and accountability. Regular public reporting on the performance of the courts can enhance public trust and ensure that the system remains accountable to the people it serves. This budget does not reflect a commitment to such transparency. In conclusion, Chairperson, the EFF rejects this budget and calls for radical, meaningful reforms to ensure the judiciary is fair, efficient, and independent. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable PLENARY. Honourable members, we now move to the declaration of the African National Congress. And if I can ask for confirmation of my pronunciation again, Honourable Nwe. Nwe? Nwe. Nwe. Honourable Nwe.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I have instructed my attorneys to prepare papers for everyone who's going to spell my surname. Deputy Chair House, I think we need to take note that it's no longer rejection, it's now neglect. Maybe we must help them because they are neglecting their responsibilities. From vote 21 up to vote 28 and the next votes, we will still hear neglect. And this is, we are dealing with security from 21 to 28, and they are neglecting their responsibility. And this is a shame. Therefore, Chair, the African National Congress rises in support of the budget vote on the Office of the Chief Justice. It's an apex court in our land, and therefore we cannot afford to falter. A vote in favor of this budget vote demonstrates our commitment to the rule of law, to separation of powers, to the administration of justice, and building strong state institutions. The OCJ was established as a measure of promote and reaffirm the principle of judicial independence as guaranteed by Section 165 of the Constitution. The OCJ has been allocated an amount of 239.7.6 billion for the 2024-2025 financial year. The department has indicated that over the next 3 years, the OCJ will focus on strengthening access to justice and the services of superior courts. Hence, I said it's neglect. And continuing to provide access to judicial education and training. Expenditure on compensation of employees accounts for an estimated 78.9%, which is amount of 6 billion rand of the department's budget over the medium term. The OCJ is a labor-intensive department. Given the economic climate and the budget reductions amounting to 446.6 million over the period ahead, the department has indicated that it plans to implement cost containment measure by, for example, reducing travel and filling of critical posts. I'm sure they're listening. The OCJ obtained a clean audit outcome, an improvement from the previous financial year. Then the OCJ received an unqualified audit opinion with findings on compliance with legislation. That had been a regression of the OCJ, had achieved clean audit opinion since 2017-2018 fund. Therefore, this improvement is commendable. Lastly, since the dawn of democracy, the country has seen a rollout of courts throughout the country. To date, all 9 provinces have at least one high court. The ANC therefore supports the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The vote is therefore agreed to, and the objections of the EFF and the MK Party are noted. Honourable members, we move on to vote 28, which is police, and I now put that vote to you. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of their votes in terms of Rule 78. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, Honourable Mokai.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. During the budget and annual performance plan for this financial year, as a select committee on security and justice, we unanimously raised concern regarding the strengthening and functioning of the community policing boards across the country. During the policy debate, my colleague raised the issue of spending in the VIP protection versus spending for the operational and safety needs of the ordinary man on the streets. We cannot overemphasize the second pandemic we are facing, which is GBF, and perpetrators have unleashed a brutal war on the most vulnerable people in our society, being women, children, and members of the LGBTQI+ community. The SAPS should lead the fight as well as deal head-on with those terrorizing our communities and for their heinous crimes. Honorable House Chair, with a total budget of over 113 billion rands, this department should get its priorities right to ensure the safety and security of all South Africans. We therefore, as a Democratic Alliance, hereby support the consideration of Budget Vote 28. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. On behalf of the EFF, Honourable Chirika.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. The EFF rejects the budget for police. Communities are suffering the worst period of crime in our constitutional democracy. Our country is plagued with car hijackings, human trafficking, murder, violent crimes, gender-based violence, child abuse, etc. The police suffer immense capacity shortage and financial assistance to deal with fighting crime. Part of the problem is a shortage in personnel and an absence of manpower and logistics in crime hotspots and gangster-infested areas. We have for years noted that South Africa has become a haven for criminals with disturbingly high levels of gender-based violence, a murder rate which is spiraling out of control, and the rise of public assassinations across all spheres of society. The EFF is demanding a specialized unit that can fight gangsterism in densely populated areas, employ 100,000 police officers before the end of 2026, and incorporate the reservist force into the police force. The EFF calls on authorities to professionalize the police force services and increase the budget to procure specialized technological equipment to fight crime. Every citizen in this country has the right to safety and security and dignity. The time has come to restore law and order in South Africa. More should be done to expand on logistics and increase police vehicles to intensify patrols in crime-infested areas across South Africa, Chairperson. The EFF demands police visibility on major national roads and crime hotspots to secure the safety of citizens and businesses. Critical partnerships with community safety departments and community-based organizations, as well as CPFs, should be part of the annual performance plan of the police. Ons sê ook dat meer geld moet gespandeer word aan die GPF's en dat die verpolitisering van GPF's moet gestop word, omdat politieke partye misbruik die GPF as 'n politieke voertuig om vir al verkiesingstye vir hulle te werk en mense te bring om vir partye te stem. Daarom verwerp die EFF hierdie begroting, Chairperson, en ons sal dit nie so aanvaar nie. Nkosi, Comrade Nkosi, ons moet law and order herstel in Suid-Afrika. Ons moet die dinge regmaak. Ons vra dat ons nuwe voorsitter en ons nuwe minister aandag skenk aan die aangeleenthede wat ons ook bring na hierdie huis toe, voorsitter. Jy moet so 'n bietjie geduldig wees, ek het nog tyd, voorsitter. En ons vra dat ons die polisie moet opskerp. Daar moet groter opleiding vir die polisie gegee word, sodat hulle kan deel met die gespesialiseerde kriminele ook, en wat in ons areas rondloop. En dit moet gestop word in ons gemeenskappe, die rowery, die maatskappy wat hy geld so gee aan die DA, dit moet ook gestop word. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie, agbare Gerike, and thank you for the offer of promotion to Deputy Chairperson, but it is gratefully declined. We move on to the declaration of the MK Party, Honourable Zulu.
Last but not least, from Honourable Zulu. not from the GNU. Yeah. We as the MK party herein reject this budget on the following grounds. Reduced budget makes it impossible to procure more vehicles and maintain the current fleet. The introduction of new technologies shall be compromised. Plans not providing strategies to free the country from drug dealers. Therefore, we reject this budget. Asana into iningi esingazisho, House Chairperson, until we meet again.
Thank you, Honourable Member. United Democratic Movement, Honourable Peter.
Goeiemiddag, achtbare speaker. En dit naam maak en klume isingisi se-Afrikaans. Molweni bahlonitshwa. I-UDM iyayichasa le budget ngethemba longezelelo lwamapolisa oluyakuthi lube luxinzelelo kulwaphulo mthetho oluqatseleyo kumaphondo onke. Kwanobulawo lwabemi urhulumente ejongile kungekho nkqubo ikhawulezileyo yokhuseleko ngokufa kwabemi bezwe. Bebulawa zizigilamkhuba ngokungenasisini. Umhla nezolo sityibilika egazini. Urhulumente uvulile. Amapolisa awanamandla okulwa udlame umthetho okubaphula imithetho. Phambili General Lieutenant Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi ngomsebenzi wakho omhle apho eKZN. Isicelo se-UDM sithi makukhuselwe abemi ngokuthi sivule i-Special Task Force esiza kujongana ngqo nobulawo lwabantu kuba amajoni ahleli elinde imfazwe kodwa itorho lokuphila balifumana kwakwaba bantu bangabakhuseliyo. Sesikhalela kuni bawo uMandela, sesikhalela kuni bawo uSisulu ukuba ngobani na aba bame ezinyaweni zenu ngamagama enu. Ilizwe likubhubhane. Buyani bo Madiba, buyani bo Owarthambo, siphelile isizwe. Qinani nina nisemagunyeni, nikhumbule ukuba noHerode waqina, kodwa lwavela usana eqine enjalo. Njengoko bephela abantu besizwe sethu, urhulumente ingumntu omnyama. Sibukele bonwabile abasemagunyeni, siyaphela isizwe bame ngeconstitution ethe cwaka. Sithi ke ngoko siye i-UDM, buyani bokhokho ilizwe lichabalele. Sebemkile abayi-71, sifuna kumke i-100 ngoku. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Peter. The declaration of the African National Congress will be presented by Honourable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by indicating that we are not confused by those who are still in a forming, norming, and storming stages who are rejecting this budget. But as the ANC, we support this budget, Vote 28 of the Department of Police. We are of a firm belief that the government is committed to reducing the levels of violent crime, fraud, and corruption in our country, both in private and public sector. Amongst the crimes that the whole of government is committed to address, and the Department of Police will prioritize and indicated in the current budget, is the gender-based violence and femicide, which will be addressed through resourcing of the SAPS family, violence, child protection, and sexual offenses. And this will ensure that the police intensify their fight against GBVF, thus ensuring the safety of women, youth, persons with disability, and as well our elders. In addition, the Department of Police will also ensure that capacitation of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation is prioritized. Cyber multidisciplinary units, as well as the capacitation of crime intelligence and skills development as well will be prioritized. Chairperson, we are also noting that the department will focus on capacitation of public order policing to ensure public order and the adherence to law by the public in the protest actions, among others. Honorable Chairperson, we have noted as well that it is common cause that the police alone cannot win the fight against crime. As a society, through society structures, civil society, traditional leaders, as well as faith-based organizations, we must work together and make sure that we fight this crime in our communities. The fight against crime also requires that victims of crime should be supported and that witnesses or whistleblowers are also protected and encouraged to report crime and corruption. Honorable Chair, we support this budget, noting that crime is a societal issue, so it needs societal responsibility. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Vote 28 is therefore agreed to. The objections of the EFF and the MK Party are noted. Honorable members, I now put vote 29, which is agriculture, land reform and rural development. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78. We start with the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Agriculture is not only the cornerstone of our economy, but also the heart of our nation's identity. South Africa's agricultural sector is a vibrant tapestry of diverse climates, cultures, and communities, each contributing uniquely to the rich agricultural heritage of our land. Agriculture in South Africa is both a legacy and a promise. It represents the enduring strength of our farmers who work tirelessly from the lush vineyards of the Western Cape to the vast maize fields of the Free State. These dedicated individuals and communities cultivate the soil, not just to feed the nation, but to ensure our place in the global agricultural market. Excuse me.
Honorable members, please, it is a rule of this House that you do not cross in front of a speaker when they're addressing the chair. Please, it is, considered ill-mannered. Please continue, Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The challenges faced by our agricultural sector are immense. Climate change, water scarcity, the economic pressures continually test their resilience. Yet we see innovation and determination at every turn, with our farmers embracing sustainable practices, striving for greater efficiency to safeguard our natural resources and ensure food security for future generations. Ons moet die belangrike rol van landbou erken in die opheffing van plattelandse gemeenskappe en die bevordering van ekonomiese groei, veral kleinboere, wat die ruggraat van ons plattelandse ekonomie is en ons voortdurende ondersteuning benodig. We welcome the statement by the newly elected Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Steenhuisen, that he will use his position to engage with all role players and to be on the side of sectors to open more gates of opportunities for our farmers, farm workers, and sectoral partners. Another aspect that is welcomed is that whilst assisting larger commercial operations to expand and flourish, his department will strive to empower new entrant farmers to become self-sustainable and productive, and therefore compiling a database of farmers understanding the type of support they seek is on top of his and his department's agenda. In closing, let us renew our commitment to supporting South Africa's agricultural sector. Let us champion the cause of our farmers, safeguard our natural resources, and work together to build a sustainable and prosperous future. By doing so, Honourable House Chair, we honour our past, secure our present, and plant the seeds for a thriving tomorrow. the DA supports this budget. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Boshoff. Honourable members, I do draw your attention to Rule 46, which covers movement in the chamber and says that a delegate may not pass between the officer presiding and a delegate addressing the chair. I urge you all again, members, please associate yourself with the rules and familiarize yourself with the rules. Thank you very much. We move on now to the economic freedom fighters, the Honourable M. Kennedy.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The EFF reject budget vote 29 on agriculture, land reform, and rural development. We reject the budget of department which continues to fail the majority of Black South Africans who are landless and poor. We reject this budget as this department's small-scale emerging Black farmers are still struggling without any support from the government. And because of this lack of support, majority of them end up closing shop. We reject this budget as white farmers still have historic advantage over Black emerging farmers, and they continue to get more support, while farmers also continue to get support in the form of farming implements and loans from land bank, whereas the Black counterparts continue to suffocate. With the appointment of this new Minister of Agriculture, there will never be redress in this department under his leadership. If anything, all the little gains already achieved will be reversed. More than 30 years in the new democratic dispensation, land is still in the hands of white people. There is no political will by the government to turn things around for the betterment of the lives of our people. Furthermore, there is more focus on urban areas than the development of rural areas for the development of local economics. Hence, the influence of people from rural areas to big cities like Johannesburg in search of better opportunities. This department is out of touch with the reality of the land and agricultural challenges faced by this country. The EFF reject this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kennedy. Declaring on behalf of the MK Party, Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Let me say goeiemiddag. No, ngitshengisa nje ukuthi ngiyami ngiyakwazi ukukhuluma all languages of South Africa. Ngifuna nje uku-addressa i-ANC on its own. You've had 30 years. 30 years. Nifunani manje? Sinikile u-30 years. Sanicathulisa, saninika isikhathi over and over again to redress ama-issues esinawo kule department. Bakanikazi. Enkwenzile instead niqhubekile navele nadayisa ngayo futhi department. Nanika bona labantu abangeke baze bayilungise. Anke nenze nje introspection niyibuke manihlele emakhaya hayi la mhlambe manihlele ekhaya individually nizibuza ukuthi siyapi mangabe sinje. Kuyoze kube nini abantu abamnyama bekhohliswa kuthiwa kuzobuyiswa indawo zabo zokuhlala. Kuyoze kube nini? Kuyoze kuba nini chance after chance over and over again. Ningenzi lutho. Ama priorities ezinye nje zeinhlanga zabantu niyazi ukuthi yena awanandaba nabantu abamnyama. Kungathi senikhohle ukuthi nizalo obani ukuthi ningobani niphuma kwi history enjani kule South Africa sikuyona. Okudabukisa kakhulu ukuthi omningi umhlaba usaphethwe yibona abantu abamhlophe and asinankinga nabantu abamhlophe as such, but we want redress to correct the historical injustices of this country. Namanje kule GNU yenu kuyakhombisa kahle kamhlophe ukuthi ayikho into ezoshintsha. And ibhlungu lento eniyenzayo. Ngoba kuko konke lokho enikwenzayo okusalayo umuntu omnyama still would not advance. So Tina njengomkhonto wesizwe, we refuse to be part and parcel of this vote. That further seeks to give our people false hope amanga. Sifisa nje ukushintsha and sazohlala sibe khona la, so ninethezeke nikhululeke asiyindawo njengomkhonto wesizwe. Ithina futhi sophatha next time around. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We move on to the UDM, Honourable Peter.
Manbulise kwakhona sihlalo wendlu nabahlonipheki balendlu. I-UDM iyawuhlala ixhasa ibudget. Ixhasela into yokuba aba sebebenefitha ababenefithe singongeza inani sithi masingayixhasi kungabenefithi naba bebebenefitha. Ngoko ke i-UDM inethemba lokuba nasentlango yade yana imvula. Abantu basajonge enkalweni ukuba uyakuza nina unxele. Amasimi ezilalini alele, abantu balambile, akukho ziseko kwanezicwangciso zolimo. Kumaphandle ukuze abantu baziphilele. Iinkosi zibotshwe izandla, azinamandla, ziphucwe amandla, balamba abantu. Amafama amnyama awanasabelo kurhulumente lo umnyama. Sime ngokhumsha, asikhumshi uba mabahluthe, sikhumshele uba sibone uba sifundile. Xa ujonga amafama amnyama awanayo neproduction onoyibona kwaSpar, awanayo neproduction onobona kwaCheckers. Iproduction ekhoyo yeka-Agri SA, upho wethu Agri SA. Sime ngokhumsha. Sithi ke sikhumsha sinjalo, kodwa makhe sinike inkosi izidima khe kwenziwe izicwangciso zolimo, balime abantu bakuthi bahluthe. Enkosi sihlalo, ndiyabulela.
Nkosi, Honourable Peter. We move on to the declaration on behalf of the African National Congress, and I therefore recognise Honourable Modise.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Hey, the last two speakers really spoke to my heart. The ANC of Medat, Martin Tembekile Chris Hani, Ashley Krill, the Medat Fort Talat, Matthew Konewe, the ANC of Medat Stelo Mhlauli, Sparrow Mkhonto, and Kalushi Solomon Mahlangu. The African National Congress of the tormented and tortured Mama Nomzamo, Winfred Winnie Matikizela Mandela, Teresa Ramashamule of the Sharpeville Six, Elizabeth Letanta, Adelaide Tambo, and Lillian Goyi, supports budget vote 29 on agriculture, land reform and rural development as part of the Appropriation Bill B5 of 2024. We believe that it addresses the provincial interest in line with the National Development Plan. Agricultural industry has the potential to create much needed jobs and ensures that we have enough food security. We believe that land reform must continue in order to ensure access to land, to promote game farming and cattle production. The management of natural resources and the health of plants and animals are required for proper transformation. We acknowledge the importance of farmers' rights, Member Farmer. And we agree that there's so much work that still needs to be done. And the department, in our view, is up to the task. And therefore, we support the budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Modise. The vote is therefore agreed to. The objections of the EFF and the MK party are noted. Honourable members, I now put vote 30 to you. It's the Communications and Digital Technologies vote. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78. On behalf of the EFF, Honourable Kennedy. Honourable Kennedy.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chairperson, the EFF reject budget vote on communication and digital technologies. We reject the budget of a department that is mandated to play a key role of fostering economic and social participation of our people through digital transformation. Yet it has on several occasions been found wanting during key moments when solid communication was required from the government. And the country is left wondering as to what exactly the government is doing to deal with key challenges faced by our people. SETA is always a very big player in the South African economy. But the question we are asking is that with government spending and the SETA model, why are there so few Black millionaires? There is something fundamentally wrong in this department because their programs do not translate into concrete and tangible results on the ground to benefit our people. These services can include, but are not limited to, the issuing of motor vehicle discs and license renewals, payment of municipal accounts, and the collection of social welfare grant. SAPO has collapsed under the watchful eye of the ANC government. The EFF has always acknowledged the vital role that SAPO plays in providing essential postal and financial services to communities nationwide. Despite its significance, SAPO has faced severe challenges due to neglect and financial mismanagement, resulting in mounting debt and a decline in service quality. Expanding access to affordable financial services, particularly among marginalized communities, the EFF aims to contribute to economic empowerment and inclusivity. This vision aligns with the EFF broader manifesto, highlighting their dedication to strengthening state entities. Therefore, we reject this budget. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We now move on to MK Party, which is represented by Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chair. The department that should be actually spearheading South Africa into a digital age is actually doing the worst. Let's talk digital infrastructure. In a world where the internet is essentially the oxygen of millions of people around the world, in South Africa, we still remain gasping for air and for connectivity. They promised us nationwide connectivity. And what did we get? A patchy, unreliable network that's more offline than online. And then there's the SABC. Remember when it used to be the pride of our nation? Now it's more like a soap opera gone horribly wrong. Mismanagement, financial fiasco, political meddling have turned it into a circus. And instead of a beacon of reliable information and diverse voices, the department has been asleep at the wheel. And the result is a broadcaster that's a national embarrassment. Next up, telecommunications. Our data costs are going through the roof, and everyone in this room can agree to that. While other countries are zipping around with 5G and affordable broadband, we're stuck in the digital equivalent of rush hour traffic. The department's failure to create a competitive market has left us with outdated infrastructure, sky-high prices, and it's like they're just here to play around. They have also left our personal information and national security hanging by a thread, and that's putting it lightly. From dismal digital infrastructure and crippled public broadcaster to outrageous data cost, everything laughable. We cannot, as Mkhonto Wesizwe Party, continue and say we are supporting this budget. So we therefore reject it. Thank you.
I now invite ANC, represented by Honorable Mabilo.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC welcomes the appropriation for Budget Vote 30 on communication and digital technologies. We support its focus on the coordination and rollout of broadband internet in underserviced areas through the South Africa Connect project and the department's objective to transform the sector and ensure inclusion through legislation and regulatory interventions. We welcome that an amount of 2.4 billion is allocated for implementing the South African Connect project over the MTEF, with once-off allocation of an amount of 1.9 billion and 267.4 million over the MTF. This will ensure that 970 government facilities continue to be provided with connectivity over the MTF period through phase 1 of the South African Connect project, and an amount of 5.1 million households are connected through phase 2 of the project. Through phase 1 of the South African Connect project, the Department of Communications, working with traditional leaders, have managed to facilitate connectivity to a total of 937 traditional authority offices, with a broadband connectivity of a minimum of speed of 10 Mbps and 500 GB data per month. Through this initiative, communities in our rural areas have been able to access broadband connectivity to serve the internet in search of various opportunities such as jobs, schools, businesses, and support ventures, amongst many others. Honorable Chair, we are also pleased that CETA has launched smart schools in rural parts of KZN, Limpopo, Eastern Cape, Northwest, and the Northern Cape. These schools have been provided with 40 computers, desks, interactive boards, and charging stations. Educators are trained on various 4IR-related skills so as to transfer to their learners. The main focus of this program is to upskill and equip learners with 4IR competencies that are essential to the digital economy as envisaged. These are significant strides that take our country and our people forward. Honorable Chair, as I conclude, further advancements need to be made. The second round of spectrum auctioning must be realized. We must reach the completion of the migration from analog to digital, as well ensure that all these drastic reduction to data takes place. The ANC supports this budget. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mabilo. The vote is agreed to. The objections of EFF and MK Party are noted. She's looking at me. Okay. I put vote 31, employment and labor. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78. The first party being EFF, represented by Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And Honorable Chair, the economic freedom fighters reject the proposed budget for the Department of Employment and Labor. This department is responsible for a decade-long trend of rising unemployment, which has continued unabated without any viable solutions to speak of. The EFF rejects this budget vote with the following reasons. Firstly, despite the existence of this department, unemployment, especially among youth, continue to be on the rise. In fact, South Africa's unemployment rate has remained the highest in the world. Honorable Chair, there is a direct link between unemployment and social ills like drugs and crime perpetuated by young people, and their employment is the remedy for social ills and eradication of poverty, especially among Black people. Employers are not complying with their unemployment insurance contributions and therefore contributing to the deepening of poverty amongst Black people. The challenges continues unabated as employers get away with this matter. There also seems to be a stubborn gap in terms of labor absorption and labor participation affecting the 25 to 44 years old. Public employment policies and strategy employment ought to narrow the gap. Therefore, we reject this vote. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kennedy. I now invite Honorable Mokoena to make a declaration on behalf of MK Party.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll be short as the delivery of this department has been over the years. South Africa's unemployment rate is a national crisis. Baningi kakhulu abantu abangawutholi umsebenzi abaqhubekayo futhi bangawutholi ngenxa ye-government esikuyona. Yet the department's response has been nothing short of apathetic. Instead of implementing robust job creation strategies and skills development programs, we get half-hearted initiatives that barely scratch the surface. Workers' rights are routinely trampled upon with countless reports of unfair dismissals, wage theft, and unsafe working conditions. The department continues to do nothing at all. The department is also supposed to be a guardian of these rights, but it has become more a distant, neglectful overseer, allowing abusers to go unchecked and unpunished. We as Umkhonto weSizwe Party continue to reject this budget vote until further notice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I invite Freedom Front Plus, represented by Honorable van den Berg?
Geagte voorsitter, hierdie begroting van die Departement van Arbeid verteenwoordig nog prioriteite van die vorige administrasie wat onprakties is en wat nie tot hoër indiensname sal lei nie. Not being able to lessen the risk of employment leads to an unwillingness from the employer to give potential employees a chance. Very rarely, entrance into the labor market will be perfect fit for the employer and employee relationship. Freeing up basic employment regulations and enabling business to end an employment contract that is not beneficial to both parties will lessen the risk of employment and will motivate employers to give other people a chance too. We have excellent labor legislation that will be sufficient to protect employees' rights if treated unfair. So why are we over-regulating? Wetgewing wat nie die werkgewer beskerm nie, maak die deur oop vir onwenslike situasies, soos die aanstel van buitelanders. Reisquotas and affirmative action is not inclusive to all, and it should be done away with. It has been 30 years now. Die Vryheidsfront Plus kan nie diskriminerende arbeidswetgewing ondersteun nie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'm now inviting ANC to make a declaration represented by Honorable Stole.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. As the ANC, we are resolute and we support budget vote 31. In light of the critical socio-economic challenges faced by South Africa, the African National Congress stand in firm support of the Employment and Labour Budget Vote 81 for the financial year 2024-2025. We do so because we recognize the imperative to move with greater agency and decisiveness to address the scarcity of investment, which has held to a sluggish economic growth
rate and escalating unemployment. As the ANC, we want to express our appreciation to the Department of Employment and Labor for its strategic initiative that has geared towards preserving and stimulating job creation, enforcing labor laws, and expanding the wage subsidy scheme for people with disability to promote inclusivity and equity in the workplace. We are encouraged by the efforts to enhance the enforcement of labor laws, which will create a fair and compliant labor environment, despite the budget cut faced by the National Economic Development and Labor Council. We trust that the Council will continue to play a pivotal role in fostering productive engagement between social partners. Honorable Chairperson, as the ANC, we acknowledge that the commitment that the government has made through the Unemployment Insurance Fund to providing timely unemployment insurance and improving the employability of vulnerable individuals through its labor activation program. The deployment of mobile buses for outreach initiatives is a commendable approach to extend service to remote and densely populated areas, which align with our vision of an inclusive and equitable society. As the ANC, we support the annual review of the national minimum wage and the development of monitoring mechanism to assess its impact on economy and incoming differentials. We believe that these initiatives are crucial for ensuring that the minimum wage serves as an effective tool for poverty elevation and income inequality reduction. We are committed to fostering strong public-private sector partnership as a means of revitalize our economy development goals and implement the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. The challenges of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and historic economic exclusion must be reversed, and this department has a critical role to play in that regard. As the ANC, we support vote.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Thank you.
Sithole. Honourable members, the vote has been duly agreed to. The objections of EFF, Freedom Front Plus, and MK Party are noted. I put vote 32, Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declaration of votes in terms of Section 78. The first party being EFF, Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The EFF rejected this budget vote for the many capacity constraints and unfunded vacant posts which are inherent in this department. This department is also permanently characterized by cash flow problems within the Marine Living Resource Fund, the Fisheries Branch, the poaching and illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, and off-fishing rights and small scale. Furthermore, there are persistent challenges in the management of state plantations, interventions, and timeframes to address challenges, transformation of the forestry industry. The department is not making any convincing effort on the revitalization of nurseries and refurbishment of category B and C plantations, which hampers creation of employment opportunities. In addition, the department is facing other critical challenges, including high temporary unplanted areas due to limited resources, land invasion by communities. These communities are beset with hunger for land and protected land claims. Timber theft, limited regularity and enforcement capacity, and an aging and ailing workforce. We also reject the budget of a department which is currently has fisheries in South Africa under development. Communities staying in and around forests and other natural resources are not benefiting from the resources. And what has your department done about this? Nothing. As such, the EFF reject this vote. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. We are now moving to MK Party, represented by Honorable Mokoena.
Impela nje mina futhi. Thank you, Chairperson. This department is a prime example of how our bloated cabinet of the GNU is more about padding political egos than actually addressing our environmental issues. First up, our forests. Our forests are vanishing faster than anything else, and no one really has accountability to tell us what is going on. Then there's also our oceans, which are being treated like a free-for-all buffet. Overfishing and pollution are wreaking havoc on the marine life. And what does the department do? A whole lot of nothing. Policies are either laughably weak or not enforced at all. In conclusion, our Department of Environmental, Forestry and Fisheries is a glaring example of how our overstaffed cabinet is failing us. We need to trim the fat and force regulations and put the planet before political patronage. The MK Party objects to this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokoena. I'm now inviting ANC represented by Honorable Langisa Notata.
I stand on declaration in support of budget vote number 41 of the Department of Water and Sanitation. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, on behalf of the African National Congress, we firmly endorse the Water and Sanitation Appropriation Bill that Minister Majodina tabled in this August House. The ANC is the ANC is committed to realizing the right to access safe, clean drinking water and the provision of dignified sanitation infrastructure services enshrined in our progressive Constitution's Bill of Rights.
Honorable Notata, are you on the right declaration? We are still on fisheries. I don't know if you've got the right one.
Sorry,
yes.
sorry.
No, we pardon you.
Yeah, it's because I have this correction on that, Honorable Chairperson. I'm on declaration of votes 32, environmental, forestry and fisheries. In light of the profound challenge posed by climate challenge to South Africa's economic stability, as underscored by the 55th National Conference of the ANC, we hereby declare our unwavering support for the government's initiatives to address this pressing issue. The relentless onslaught of drought and floods has devastated communities and infrastructure, necessitating urgent action to build resilience and mitigate the impacts of climate change. We commend the allocation of 1.8 billion for climate change initiatives over the medium-term expenditure framework period, which is aimed at supporting legislation, resilience, adaptation, implementation of the recently signed climate change bill. This investment is critical for transitioning South Africa towards a low carbon and climate resilient economy. Despite the laudable commitment to climate change, we acknowledge the significant budget cuts, particularly to the expanded public works program, which threatened the department's ability to create jobs while mitigating severe climate change impact. The planned reduction in the department's budget at an average annual rate of 0.7% could severely impact the equality and external environmental protection and infrastructure projects. We express concern that these cuts may compromise the effectiveness of initiative aimed at achieving desired environmental, socio-economic outcomes. But that does not mean that we must not support the department, because with the little that they will get, they will be able to do something. In the face of these financial constraints, we support the department's mitigation strategies centered around prioritizing key initiatives and optimizing source allocation. We encourage the department to continue prioritizing its core mandate, including mitigation and adapting to climate change, creating employment opportunities, protecting South Africa's conservation estate, and promoting compliance with environmental legislation. We therefore call for exploration of partnership with the private sector, non-profits, and international agencies to secure additional funding for climate change and job creation initiatives. Chairperson will remain resolute.
Honorable, note that the time is up.
The ANC supports the appropriation bill.
Thank you very much. The vote is agreed to. The objections of EFF and MK Party are noted. I now put vote 33, human settlements. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78. The first party being DA, which is represented by Dr. Skier Kochel.
Thank you, Speaker. I think Honorable Nondata, she skipped to 42 because she wants to go home with us. Honorable Chair, we would like to reiterate that the ministers embrace priority 1 of building a capable, ethical and development state to ensure the Department of Human Settlements is depoliticized when the provision of housing or issuing of title deeds are considered and not in accordance of political affiliation, like what's happening in Machebeng local municipality, especially Ward 35, Riola Housing Complex, Extension 2, Redespark, Golf Course and Tifateng. Housing is dignity. The Department of Human Settlement needs to ensure that grants allocated to local governments are spent to alleviate the housing needs of South Africans, unlike the infamous Machebeng that in 2020-22 and 2021 financial return 67 million, which was meant for housing. Furthermore, we want to change South Africa to be turned into a construction site to create real jobs and give people dignity. The Department of Human Settlement must ensure that construction mafias, but even more, Chairman, for a lack of better word, those local thugs that want to stop development and progress and only interested in enriching themselves are stopped. While rapid land release would make more service sites available, ensuring access to well-located land will remain a challenge. However, one that can be confronted more robustly if it exists in political will to release well-located state-owned land, as well as by removing many obstacles as possible for the market to deliver more housing stock, especially at lower income segments. The rollout of title deeds is therefore central to transferring homes into usable assets and to ensuring owners have secure property rights. It's about title deeds, Honorable Chairperson. People want title deeds. The department has been too slow in giving people true economic freedom by issuing them with title deeds to their homes. This is what the GNU must do. Make home ownership relevant for people for security of tenure, but also that means wealth creation and integrational wealth transfer. Another threat to property rights is the practice of land invasion. It places not only property owners, but the unlawful occupier at risk, often encouraged by political parties, organizations, and sometimes property owners themselves to serve their own interests and not the people without housing. Honorable Chair, I want to note my disappointment that after lunch, I thought that the EFF or the Everything for Free Party might have changed their rejection of the budget because they ate from the same budget that they rejected. But I guess the train that they got on is the gravy train that's operated by the MK, taking them further away from their voters. I thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. We now move to EFF. Honorable members, honorable member Teza, order, please. I now move to Honorable Makesi of EFF. Honorable Teza, this is for the last time. Please respect the other speakers.
Nizoba strong. The economic freedom fighters reject the budget of the Department of Human Settlement. We reject this budget and it's failed to guarantee the delivery and of adequate housing for our people in Machabeng, in Ward 35, rendering it ineffective and merely in superficial gesture. Our elderly citizens and individuals with disability remain without appropriate houses, highlighting the budget of adequacy in addressing their needs. South Africa is currently facing a shortage of decent, affordable housing, and our cities continue to reflect the apartheid planning. 2.5 million families need housing. The current budget does not offer any viable solution to this growing crisis. Instead, it continues to build housing for poor workmanship, izindlu zenu ziyawa, because the NHBRC doesn't do the inspection. You wait for the houses to collapse before you come to the site. Our people are more vulnerable, especially on the rainy season. The EFF is therefore cannot support the budget that does not address the fundamental housing needs of our people. We demand comprehensive and action housing strategy that guarantee the dignity and security for all citizens. And it is with this that the EFF will always reject your budget. And asizuxoka sifane nePremier yase Eastern Cape eyathi abantu masiphendule ifoni zabo sibancamise ngoba sifuna ivotu zabo. Xa sigqiba ukuzifumana singaziphenduli ifoni zabo sakuhlala sinje asingomaxoki. We therefore reject this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Makesini. We now move on to MK Party, Honorable Nzimande.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo ohloniphekile. Sihlalo kunale lento esikuyakhulunywa umhlonishwa oqeda ukuphuma wathinta amadlozi asithinta sonke. Kodwa wayeselibala into encane nje ukuthi lo hulumeni usuvele waxomulisa umngani umuntu wabulala uChris Hani wamenza iminister. The other aspect, Honorable Chair, that I want to deal with is that kunalesifo lesibizwa ngokuthiwa i-Korsakoff. Kuthiwa isifo lesi kuba nama-gap la engqondweni yabo. Nale point lele dila ngokuthi i-irrationality test. Irrationality test is when your reasoning and your conclusion in a connection, there's no nexus. Now, we hear people supporting us, punching holes on this budget, on these budgets, but still come to a conclusion, a very skewed. Ukubona ukuthi reasoning yakhona ne conclusion is not rationally connected. And our viewers are judges at home. No, okubalekile ke ngigijime ngize la. Okubalekile le budget sithi siyayichitha ngezathu ezinje. Uyabona abantu bakithi abahleli lapha ema-hostel namanje basahleli endaweni ezicaza amanzi akukho zakhiwe zanele. Abahleli emkhukhwini ngokunjalo bazofana noHluot Bomo washonela indi RDP. And nalama RDP enziwayo ama RDP ayihlisa isithunzi sabantu worse than what uComrade uWinnie Mandela wathi image box. Akho privacy. Abantwana nabazali balala nje upepenene. Babuka izinto eziningi noma kuthiwe baxabana abazali. it kill our values as Africans. So, Chair, njengingasugijima ngisho ekuningi kakhulu. Impela le budget ifuna ukusibuyisela emumva, ifuna kube nabaningi oRoad bomb abazoshona belinde iRDP. Ngiyabonga.
I now call upon ANC Honorable Kaunda.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The problem with us as South Africans is that we become hard to ourselves unnecessarily so. Because I've been fortunate to travel to more than 20 countries. And when you sit in these international bodies, you are informed and told that South Africa have done wonders because there are very few countries in the world, including developed countries, which build houses for free for its citizens. Very few. That's a fact. That's a fact. So we come here to complain, no, you have built few. We have built more than 4.7 million houses. Which other country have done that? Security of tenure, which also make sure that we translate the ownership, because the ownership of property, which has got the economic value in it. Once you own this house, you can sell this house, you can go to the bank, you can make it your security, you can do everything. That's the government of the ANC that have delivered. Honorable Chair, we are responsive because this budget is responding to the clarion call made by people of South Africa in our Freedom Charter, where they said we must provide houses, security, and comfort for our citizens, especially the working class and the poor, the vulnerable groups in our society. This is exactly this budget is intending to do. About hostels, there are community residential units which are being built by this government. We are moving people from those which were built during the apartheid systems, those hostels where you live alone. We are saying, bring your family members. We give you 3-bedroom. We give you 2-bedroom. It's done by this government. So it's part of service delivery that we are talking about. In this financial year, the department has made commitment to continue to eradicate mud houses in rural province areas, and most of the people residing in these mud houses are the elderly people with disabilities and children whose parents are away from home to work in distant places. As the African National Congress, we declare our full support for this budget vote. Let's continue to do the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaunda. The vote, Honorable Delegates, is agreed to. The objections of EFF and MK Party are noted. We now move to vote 34, which is mineral resources and energy. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of votes in terms of Rule 78. The EFF, represented by Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We reject the budget of a minister which has failed to rebuild an effective and efficient department to ensure energy security in the country. The mining sector is experiencing a lack of investment and has been facing a number of sector-specific issues related to regulation, geopolitical risk, and legal limits on natural resource use. Small-scale miners are not being assisted to contribute to the much-needed development. There has been limited, inefficient, and ineffective exploration and production activity, resulting in minimal discovery and production. Market-related challenges caused by climate change, technology, price volatility, and the resulted in unsustainable financial and operating conditions are not mitigated. We reject this budget as this minister lacks the proper foresight and vision to turn the economic fortunes of this country for the benefit of the people. We also reject the budget of a department which allows for illegal mining to reach crisis points, which poses a serious threat to national security. Illegal mining was associated with derelict and ownerless mines. Now it's having an impact on operational and licensed mines. Honorable Chair, aging infrastructure in the mining sector needs to be reworked to maximize potential for the provision of electricity to more of our people. Therefore, we reject this vote. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. We now move on to Honorable Mokoena from MK Party.
Thank you, Chair. Mineral resources and energy used to be the cornerstone of our economy. It now languishes due to poor oversight and ineffective policies. We're still back at the dark ages where a Black man cannot actually manage or even own a mine. Kuba ngokuthi ubani uzalwa ngobani ukuze ukwazi ukuparticipate in the mining sector like South Africa. The department has failed to create a conducive environment for investment, with uncertainty and red tape deterring both local and international investors. Our mineral resources are being squandered as a result, with missed opportunities and economic growth and job creation. This is one department where you can actually increase job opportunities, but we have failed to do so. Or should I say the 6th Parliament has failed to do so, and ANC 30 years later until today. So with that, we further reject this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. I'm now inviting the African National Congress as represented by Honorable Samini.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. And good afternoon to the House. Honorable Chair, as the African National Congress, we support wholeheartedly the budget vote number 34 of the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. Honorable Chair, the ANC further welcomes, appreciate and support the adjustments, including reprioritization and budget reduction to address cost pressures within the department. Chair, we note that at the level of generality, all the departments or most of the departments experienced budget cuts or reduction in this current financial year, 2024-2025. That impacts, Chairperson, negatively on the procurement of goods and services as well as transfers to the public entities. However, Chair, we are delighted as the African National Congress to note and observe that in this Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, all entities under this department have improved their financial management and controls. These entities, Chair, under the said department have passed the ratio of liquidity tests and are able to cover all their short-term obligations from their available resources. This, Chair, suggests that this department is continuing to serve our people to the best of their ability. Hence, the ANC, we want to ensure that this department will be supported throughout its tenure, Chair, of existence. Let us also remind the MK Party, Honorable Mokoena, that The 30 years that you are mentioning of the failure of the African National Congress in the different administration, Ubaba was part. We're together with Ubaba. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini. The vote is agreed to. The objections of EFF and the MK party are noted. We're now moving to vote 35, Science and Innovation. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78. I therefore invite the EFF Honorable Member Chirwa Mpungose, the young.
Chairperson, these are the solutions that the EFF is proposing to the Department of Science and Innovation. The Department of Science and Innovation must make sure that science, technology, and innovation must be used to produce knowledge, information, skills, and the talent needed to support, facilitate, and fuel the development and growth of strategic sectors and industries in the economy and in our society. These are central to the overall independence and sovereignty of our country. It must increase research grants, scholarships, and fellowships to encourage individuals and institutions to pursue innovative projects by offering 1 million rand per annum for master students and 2 million rand per annum for PhD students. It is an unfortunate reality that there are master's graduates who earn less than 5,000 rand in this country. Young people who have displayed their mental competence scrabble for decent salaries that ministers with far less or no qualifications at all acquire under the GNU coalition. The GNU coalition has successfully discouraged the youth of this country to pursue education because the meritocracy you present in turn as government is that educated youth are unemployed and paid peanuts, and uneducated ministers being paid millions because of the color of their skin. That is what the government of the President of Ramaphosa and Helen Zille has communicated to the youth of South Africa who sleep in libraries, who go hungry for months waiting for NSFAS allowances while they pursue education. The GNU government of President Ramaphosa is hypocritical for speaking education on the left and rewarding illiteracy on the right. Perhaps this is why you have not delivered free education. It's because you want to blame us. You want to blame young people in this country for being unemployed. You want to say that we are unemployed because we are unskilled. We are unemployed because we are uneducated. Unfortunately for you, we are educated. Sponsor a minimum of 1,000 students in exchange programs with AI advanced universities. Build astronomical observatory centers to encourage young people to study astronomy. Build and upgrade computer science labs and provide all necessary equipment to every school. This will result in jobs being created and ensure that of those jobs, nothing less than 50% is given to women and the youth in this country. Include robotics and coding in the curricula at all schools in all levels. Support and protect the industries of agriculture, animal husbandry, healthcare and pharmaceuticals, energy, water and sanitation, environment, transport, aerospace and drones, biotechnology, mining, information and communications technology, industrialization, manufacturing, robotics, AI and big data, defense and cybersecurity. By doing this, you will create multitudes of sustainable jobs and encourage young people to be creative and innovative. Start taking responsibility for
your time is up. Honorable Chirwa, can you please be seated? Behave like a young one. I now call upon MK Party represented by Honorable Ngobo.
Chairperson, we as Umkhonto Wesizwe Party hereby reject the budget for science and innovation. Today, Umkhonto Wesizwe Party outlined the concerns, starting with the most critical issues. There's an inadequate funding for research and development. This is the engine of innovation, and it's essential we address it first. In the research and development, the budget's failure to prioritize R&D will lead to stagnation in scientific progress and innovation. We must invest in basic and applied research to drive breakthroughs and discoveries. In the STEM education and workforce development, next we would like to address the shortage in skilled STEM professionals. We must fund initiatives that support education, training, and workforce development to ensure we have a pipeline of talent to drive innovation. The proposed budget for science and innovation is woefully inadequate. We must prioritize research and development, STEM education, digital infrastructure, climate change research, and science communication. Anything less is a disservice to our future and our prosperity. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party therefore rejects this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We're now moving to ANC represented by Honorable Veni.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, our former president, Thabo Mbeki, warned us of not allowing ourselves to be misled by Godoi, people who speak something that they are not meant to do. ANC, in this instance, supported this budget on the following basis. This budget supports postgraduate students, master's students, PhD students, numerous research projects contributing to skills development. This is what this budget is being targeting or is being meant for. Secondly, Chairperson, we are not going to allow.
Honorable Member, can you take your seat, Honorable Nzimande?
Is it parliamentary for people
Is
to
it
insult?
parliamentary to address
insult-
the presiding officer seated? Can you please?
To insult people and say imgodo yazi umgodo uthi izinja umbheki ngiyamzwela ngoba vele akazi lutho ngesintu umuntu wakhulela lapha akhula khona lo
Is not saying, I didn't hear him saying that Siyimi Godoi. He said, he made inference to what was said by Honorable Thabo Mbeki. However, Honorable Nzimande will look at that matter and report back to the House in the next sitting. I've already ruled, Honorable Nzimande. We will, however, look at it and then revert to the House in the next sitting. Thank you. You can proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Umazukulingana ihlangu nxibe. Secondly, Chairperson, I want to respond to the question of manipulation of the Honorable Premier of the Eastern Cape statements, which was called a liar in this House. No one felt offended, but because of the statement that was made was incorrect, and we know that it was a manipulation instead of focusing to the budget that is in front. The last part, Chairperson, our vision is for a government that fosters pervasive innovation across governmental, corporate, and societal domains with a focus on enhancing public services, providing goods and services to underserved communities. We are confident that with your active engagement, our sector can exemplify a more vigorous pursuit of knowledge-based economy and the optimal exploitation of comparative and competitive advantages within the continent. Honorable Chairperson, we wish to highlight the significance of the sector's 10-year plan, which centers on addressing three paramount societal challenges: climate change and environmental sustainability, future-proof education and skills, and the future of society. This plan serves as one of the
foundational pillars for the ANC endorsement of this budget. The department's unwavering focus on provisions that align with the needs of our nation is commendable, and we are reassured by its commitment to collaborative efforts. Furthermore, there are 6 science, technology, and innovation.
Honorable member, your time is up.
And innovation priorities aimed at modernizing.
Honorable member, your time is up.
Thank you, Chairperson. We support the budget.
The vote is agreed to. The objections of EFF and MK Party are accordingly noted. We now move to budget vote 36, small business and development. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make a declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78. Honorable Kennedy, representing EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We are not accepting this vote. Honorable Chairperson, lack of access to funding remains a significant challenge for small business corporations in South Africa. According to a report by the Small Enterprise Development Agency, SEDA, only 12% of small businesses in South Africa have access to formal funding channels. The lack of access to funding can hinder business growth, limit job creation, and increase the risk of business failure. Secondly, competition from larger companies is another significant challenge faced by small business corporations in South Africa. Limited market reach is another challenge faced by small businesses corporations in South Africa. Currently, only 20% of small business in South Africa have a national presence. Furthermore, high operating costs are a significant challenge for small business corporations in South Africa. Small businesses are the backbone of any economic growth. If this country could actively push for more support on those who are doing small business, this could greatly reduce the unemployment rate in this country. Honorable Chairperson, there is also no need for this department. We must close the department and take small business, the business of industrial policy. So we reject this budget. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. We now move to MK Party, Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chair. The Small Business Department, firstly, it's supposed to support small businesses, but the support they offer is basically a masterclass in bureaucracy. Apply for a grant or for a loan even and see just how much red tape you have to actually jump through in order for you to get a loan. It's almost like they're almost trying to see or trying to put a trap to see just how difficult they can make it for you to actually get to the end. Funds meant to support small businesses often vanish. Then you can say kickback. It's like a magic trick, but without the magic, of course. So now we as the MK Party will not be supporting this budget as people deserve better and we can't wait to offer it to them very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. We will now move on to Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure if my video is visible to the House.
It's on, Honorable Member. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as the African National Congress, we support Budget Vote 36 of the Department of Small Business and Development, Chair. Based on the following, Chair, according to the projections made by the National Development Plan, South Africa's informal sector is expected to generate an additional 2 million jobs by 2030. This will go a long way toward helping the NDP achieve its long-term objectives of lowering inequality, unemployment, and poverty. Therefore, it becomes crucial for the government to make sure that small businesses are provided with both financial and non-financial support, Chairperson. Chairperson, cooperatives enterprises are the target of the department's cooperative development support programs. The small business development portfolio such as DSBD, CIFA, and SIDA will work to support 250 cooperatives with 40 financial support and 210 non-financial resources through this program. We are also in support of fully implementing the National Informal Business Strategy. This is to enable the support of local chambers, local business associations, municipalities, and Office of Local Economic Development in delivering and facilitating access to programs aimed at upliftment of businesses within the informal economy. South Africa operates in a competitive, inclusive global economy, therefore need funding to execute its mandate. We therefore support this budget. All other issues that raised by the EFF and MK Party minister already highlighted them and committed to address them, even inviting us to oversight in her department to ensure that we get more information and address all the challenges. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini. The vote is agreed to. The objections of EFF and MK Party are noted. I put vote 37, Sports, Arts and Culture. I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78. The EFF, Honorable Aris. Let's not forget about the Paris Olympics.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters reject budget vote 37 on sports, art and culture. We reject the budget of a department which fails to develop sporting codes in our townships and rural schools. Many schools in the country still do not have any school sport codes for our children. And this budget does not address Indigenous sport by ensuring that Indigenous sport are passed from one generation to the next generation. Our communities in the townships and rural areas are still without art and culture centers. And this budget presented today before us does not address or support and develop local artists, nor does it seek to do more in assisting African writers, particularly women. It completely ignores the arts in this country, so much so that many of our legendary artists are dying and getting buried poor. This department has completely ignored the arts in this country, with many of our laws being biased against artists, and therefore we reject this budget. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Aris. We now move on to MK Party, Honorable Novo.
Thank you, Chairperson. The MK Party strongly objects to the proposed budget for sports, arts and culture. Umkhonto weSizwe Party outlined the concerns, starting with the most critical issue, there's an inadequate funding for grassroots sports programs. This is where champions are made, and it is essentially we address it first. Point number one, in grassroots sports programs, the budget is failure to prioritize grassroots sports will lead to a decline in youth participation and a lack of talent development. We must invest in local sports initiatives for foster a culture of physical activity and excellence. Point number 2, in arts education and access. Next, I would like to address the importance of arts education and access. We must fund initiatives that promote arts literacy, creativity, and inclusivity to ensure a vibrant cultural landscape. Point number 3, in cultural heritage preservation. Our cultural heritage is under threat and we must prioritize its preservation. We must allocate funds for museums, galleries, and cultural institutions to safeguard our history and identity. In conclusion, the proposed budget for sports, arts, and culture is woefully inadequate. We must prioritize grassroots sports, arts education, cultural heritage preservation, community engagements, and the allied sports development. Anything less is a disservice to our communities and our nation's potential. To reclaim our dignity as a people, the MK Party will ensure that national culture and the arts affirm our African heritage. We will ensure as MK Party that the national culture and the arts promote the principle of social justice, discourage crass materialism and all forms of elitism. We also collaborate with faith-based and cultural groups. We therefore reject this budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We now move on to ANC, Honorable Mukweli.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to bring a free lecture here. Chairperson, sports, arts, and culture bring people of different diversity together. So therefore, Chairperson, I'm just surprised that since the beginning of our debate, there are honorable members in this House that are consistently saying that they are rejecting the budget. But Chair, as the African National Congress, we fully support the budget, citing the department's strong investment focus and an agenda aimed at our sports, arts, and culture sector. Chairperson, we commend the department initiative to support 65 projects within the creative industry through an open call and to engage 340 artists in schools. The African National Congress has consistently championed the interests of our creative industry and artists. Moreover, the department has articulated its commitment to constructing theater infrastructure in historically underdeserved provinces. Chairperson, as the African National Congress, our enduring commitment lies in the preservation of our heritage legacy, ensuring its perpetual significance. Honorable members, the promotion of development is a central tenet of the African National Congress sports policy imperatives, playing a pivotal role in the conscientious inclusion of all marginalized groups in sports. We wish our team in the Olympics victory and welcome the gold medal by our swimmer, Jatani Smith. We are welcome to see our sports initiatives and continuously demonstrating empowerment and inclusion of women, youth, rural communities, and people with disability. This laudable role of sports in empowerment constitutes a significant step in residing inequality in sports and ensuring equality. Finally, Chairperson, that is why as the African National Congress, we are crystal clear in supporting vote 37 of sports, arts and culture. Thank you. Ke a leboga.
Re a leboga, Honorable Mokwele. The vote is being agreed to. The objections of EFF and MK Party, they are noted. I put vote 38, which is tourism. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of motions in terms of Rule 78. Honorable Mninga from EFF.
Nolubabalo Mkwinga
Awundlovukazi.
from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters once again rejects the budget for the Department of Tourism. While tourism plays a vital role in South Africa's economy, contributing significantly to job creation and economic growth, this department has consistently failed to manage the sector's full potential. Firstly, the infrastructure that supports tourism is inadequate in rural and township economy. This includes transportation networks, energy supply, and facilities at tourist attractions that are in areas of Black African people. This budget does not invest sufficiently in these areas, which are essential for creating a more welcoming environment for tourists and boosting the sector's growth. Secondly, the promotion of South Africa as a premier tourism destination requires strategic marketing efforts, especially in rural and townships. This budget does not reflect a well-coordinated marketing strategy, leveraging digital platforms and international partnerships to showcase our diverse cultural heritage, natural beauty, and unique experiences. Community involvement is crucial for sustainable tourism development. This department has failed to ensure that local communities benefit directly from tourism activities. This budget does not promote community-based tourism initiatives, providing training and support for local entrepreneurs, or ensure that tourism development projects are inclusive and environmentally sustainable. Safety and security are supreme for attracting tourists. The department has not worked closely enough with law enforcement agencies to enhance the safety of tourists and address crime hotspots that deter visitors. This budget doesn't allocate adequate resources to ensure a safe environment for tourists. Lastly, the focus on sustainable tourism practices is insufficient. This includes protecting our natural resources, promoting eco-friendly tourism, and ensuring that tourism development does not harm the environment. This budget does not reflect a commitment of sustainable tourism. In conclusion, Chairperson, the EFF rejects this budget and calls for a comprehensive and inclusive approach to developing the tourism sector by addressing infrastructure, marketing, especially in royal kingdoms, as tourism attraction, community involvement, making the youth ambassadors as tour guides in their communities, and we can unlock the full potential of tourism and drive economic growth. Thank you. Chairperson, Nkosi Nongonyana yokumkani, umyeni wami yikumkani. Nkosi.
Ungahlala phasi. Honorable Nkosi. Order, sinenkosi, sinendlovukazi lana endlini siphelele. Manje ke i-order sayichumekisa ngapha ngakubo. We now move on to ANC represented by Honorable Mabilo.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to support Budget Vote 38 on tourism. Globally, tourism is recognized for its economic contribution. It remains one of the sectors that is able to provide diverse economic opportunities on a massive scale.
Chair, it looks like you have Chairperson. Oh.
Sorry, Honorable Mabilo. Yeah. You see, ubukhosi buyasihlukumeza namhlanje. Yes. My apology. Over to you, Honorable Mkwena.
Thank you, Chair. How could you how could you get tired of seeing this beautiful face? The Department of Tourism, it's supposed to be selling South Africa to the world. We all know just how lovely South Africa is because we all live in it. And the rest of the world actually wants to visit South Africa. However, this department has done little or nothing to seize the moment and get people going. If you listen to the people overseas, all they know is a bit of Cape Town, is a bit of Johannesburg. They have no idea how beautiful our Mpumalanga province is, how beautiful eThekwini is. We have the ex-mayor of eThekwini here who can vouch for me. and as a result, the MK is not in the market for ticking boxes in pursuit of fulfilling some kind of mandate. We apply our minds, we consider the views of our supporters, and for this, angeke site and GNU, ekhohlisa abantu. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mukwena. I'm now inviting Honorable Mabilo.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to support Budget Vote 38 on tourism. Globally, tourism is recognized for its economic contribution. It remains one of the sectors that is able to provide diverse economic opportunities on a massive scale. Therefore, our government needs to start leveraging and embracing all facets of the sector. More impetus must be placed on areas such as ecotourism, sports tourism, cultural tourism, among others, and more support must be targeted at tourism products in villages, in townships, in small dorpies, so as to grow the local economies and reduce the impact of poverty. Honorable Chair, we implore the department working with the ministry to ensure that the entity called South African Tourism is stable and it is the best placed position to carry out its core mandate. We look forward to see more investment in the country because our country is endowed with natural beauty and iconic landscapes, the mountains, the oceans, and all natural phenomena. Strategic sectors such as mining, manufacturing, agriculture, finance, and wholesale, retail, and leisure can contribute towards tourism. As such, the entity plans to support bids to host 93 international and regional business events over the period under review and participate in global strategic events to attract tourists to the country. The country is well known. However, Chair, we must raise our concern that the sector has experienced budget cuts in three programs, Program 2, Program 3, and Program 4. However, we do appreciate and understand that we are operating in a constrained fiscal challenge. It is our considered view that tourism can continue to create jobs. We know that there's a maximum of 7.5 billion allocated to the department for the medium term and ensuring that it carries out its key mandate. We encourage the department to continue to explore innovative and creative mechanisms to ensure that tourism is taken to a level where it is required. Chairperson, once again, as the African National Congress, we support this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The vote is agreed to and the objections of the EFF and the MK party are noted. I now put vote 39, Trade, Industry and Competition. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78. I therefore call upon the DA, Honourable Member, NH Pinar.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson, while the Democratic Alliance moved for the approval of this budget, we however want to emphasize that the Honourable Minister needs to spend less time in Russia, as they don't even fall in the top 40 of our trade partners worldwide. In fact, they only account for 1.7% of South Africa's worldwide trade. And the majority of that trade is in citrus, and that does not need government intervention. If the minister wants to assist, he needs to organize a meeting with the farmers of Tanin and Citrus Valley of the Western Cape. The previous administration has spent too much time and money on BRICS already. Focus on trade partners that actually work, like the EU trade agreements and AGOA. We frequently hear complaints from the galleries regarding the so-called West. However, these markets account for more than 30% of our trade deals and that keep the lights on in South Africa and feed families. Please take note, Minister, that Russia's trade worth does not even keep the lights on in Acacia. Agbare voorsitter, voordat ek afsluit met my gedeelte in die ondersteuning van hierdie begroting, hoop ek ook op tyd gebruik te maak om my agbare lid van my select komitee van trade aan te moedig, agbare van der Berg, want ek sien op volgens hierdie stem julle teen hierdie begroting. Ek het gehoop om jou deel te maak van die as in die gees van die GNU en as agbare Bossel wat ons voorsitter is van hierdie komitee, moedig ek jou aan asseblief heroorweeg, staan saam met die GNU, kom ons stem vir hierdie begroting en ons maak seker ons bou die volgende 5 jaar. Dankie meneer die voorsitter.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the EFF, Honourable M. Kennedy.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The EFF is not supporting this budget vote because government and big business industry players have a role to play in contributing to the creation of jobs and growth of the economy. Ordinary South Africans can make a serious mark if they were assisted in utilizing their drive and skills to grow successful businesses. The government is not interested in seeing the emergence of more business operators, but also not interested in ensuring that they grow in leaps and bounds to greater heights. We reject the budget of this department as it has failed to introduce strategies that will reduce high employment rate in our country, especially amongst the youth. Job creation can only be realized through the growth of SMEs. The government is duty-bound to pay particular attention to providing necessary support, both financial and non-financial. But under the leadership of this minister, this is currently not happening. There also exist very few incentives aimed at marketing South African businesses and spending export opportunities, not only to the continent, but to the rest of the world. Small business operators are not assisted to be able to see the bigger picture as they undertake their different ventures. So we reject this vote, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon the MK party represented by the Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, the department's trade policies are failing to keep pace with global economic change. While other nations advance with dynamic trade agreements and robust export strategies, our policies remain outdated, they remain insufficiently adaptive. The stagnation has left us with a competitive disadvantage on the international stage. And despite promises of support and modernization, local industries are bogged down by high product cost and obsolete infrastructure. These factors are stifling innovation and making it increasingly difficult for businesses to thrive. In conclusion, the Department of Trade and Industry is facing a significant crisis of effectiveness. So as Umkhonto Wesizwe, as the incoming government after this GNU, we reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call upon the Freedom Front Plus, the Honorable Vandenberg.
Thank you, Chair. The legacy budget still supports tenderpreneurship and also discrimination based on race. Black economic empowerment has run its course, or rather its course, and the time has arrived for inclusive opportunities. Hierdie begroting gaan nie meer werk skep nie en kan nie ondersteun word nie. Mens kan nie werk skep met uitsluitende wetgewing gemik op onderdrukking van minderhede nie. Agbare Pienaar, ons moet tog een of ander tyd leer dat 'n land slegs geseën kan word as elke burger vry is om sy deel by te dra. Die Vryheidsfront Plus verwelkom 'n nuwe administrasie en vestig sy hoop op toekomstige geleenthede wat wel daarin kan slaag om 'n verskil te maak vir almal in ons land, maar ons waardes bly vir ons belangrik.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now the ANC, the Honorable S.L. Sithole. Jobe.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I just want to say something before I can go to my speech now, to say that an amnesia is a loss of memory, including facts, information, and experience. Now, the MK party and the EFF, they forget that when they mention the issue of failure of the ANC, the Commander-in-Chief and Nwaba was part and parcel of the what we are going through today. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC manifesto conceptualized a clear vision to advance our transformation agenda. It highlights the critical task of building our industries for an inclusive economy by implementing a cross-cutting industrial strategy that drives growth and creates opportunities for youth and other unemployment persons. The Department of Trade, Industry and Competition is central to advancing our transformational objectives. This budget vote clearly outlined the strategic direction and decisive intervention that our economy will be taking to address the critical task of our transformation agenda, which include reindustrializing our economy, supporting Black industrialists, SMEs, and dealing with the structural constraint of concentration. Honorable Chairperson, the vote further ensures that industrial opportunity resulting from policy, regulatory, or private sector decision are maximized to manufacturing-led growth. To succeed, we must partner with the private sector to unlock deep pools of capital, benefiting from their expertise and ensuring strong investment inflow into our economy. There is a need to ensure open and transparent engagement with the private sector that builds trust and foster investment and growth. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, support for our industrial park is essential to enhance growth and investment in rural and underdeveloped provinces. It is our firm view as the African National Congress that industrial space must not only provide a work space for firms, but that they must also provide an opportunity to crowd in economic support and stimulate economic development. Like many other countries, the South African government recognizes, which is expressed through this vote, the benefit of supporting the development of industrial spaces. And these spaces form part of the overall strategy to build manufacturing capacity in South Africa. Many of our industrial parks are located in rural and underdeveloped provinces. More resources need to go to these areas to drive development and growth. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, our support for this vote is premised on the understanding that
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time has expired.
We support the vote 39 as the ANC. Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is agreed to and the objections of the EFF, Freedom Front Plus, and the MK are noted. I put vote 40, transport. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 78. I call upon the EFF, the Honorable Makasini.
Thank you, Chairperson. Kuthiwa lihlanya, libona mahlanya amanga. So uba bekukho ubuzakwazi uHonorable Sithole aye Eastern Cape benza thamba eBhofolo emagizini ayebona abantu abafana naye. The economic freedom fighter reject the budget vote, and we do so for several key reasons. The public transport accessibility, the existence of a large outcry of the people who use public transport, and abantu abakhubazekileyo ngabona bakhala kakhulu because public transport yethu, system yethu South Africa ayikho accessible kubantu abakhubazekileyo naba-vulnerable. The majority of our people also continue to be the victim of robberies because of the lack of reliable and safe transport in the country. On a railway network revival, we urgently need to revive the railway network to ease the load on our roads and reduce the congestion. Operation Vala Zonke, the pothole repair should be ongoing responsibility of the department. Ingabi election campaign, the Operation Vala Zonke should happen daily because kunabantu abaqashwe department abafanele bavale indlela ze potholes to avoid the accident ezenzekayo. Permit backlog and rough issues also they must be attended to because abantu abanawuthi befumene belimele ezindleleni bamele 3 years to 8 years ukuthi bafumane claim. Also in Free State they must prioritize the backlog of the permit. Abantu abafuna i-permit mabanikwe i-permit because South Africa nabo bane-right uba maba-accesse bangene kwi-taxi industry kungekho kublokwa ngenxa ye-association ze-taxi ezenzekayo. Therefore, the claim should also be processed within 3 months. That's the only way that he can assist after all the application have been processed and the objective. Kungabhatalwa abantu bafana no-honorable afumani 20,000 engaplayanga lemelanga ku-RAF, i-corruption lento enzekayo. Therefore, as economic freedom fighters, we reject this budget because really, if abantu abangalimelanga bafumana imali, siyabona uba baninzi kakhulu into enzekayo ku-RAF. We call upon the department and the ministry to give focus on the issue of the RAF. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I call upon the MK party, the Honorable Msimande.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo hloniphekile. Cha siyayichitha ngeenyawo zombili lento yale budget. Izathu nje zimbalwa futhi ke ziyabonakala ziyaziwa. Akayimisele lo hulumeni futhi ngakaze ayimisela la ngaphambili. To transform kahle radically indaba yaseyindizeni. Uyabona kunentokazi lapha abathi uSibongile Sambo wangapha eBushbuck Ridge. Wancedwa uhulumeni kababa uNgamalala. Wasuka kwafakwa ibonkolo kwathiwa vuka sambe akahambe ke manje abo umuntu ofanele afakaze against the late comrade Dudu. Mayingavumi bamncisha akakhuli kubusiness ukhona endizeni ngoba iBlack Excellence ayidingeki kulo hulumeni ophethe okunye ubaba ohamba nabanye abantu khona la. Ingakho namhlanje ubaba uKhuzeni okuthiwa hayi cha Khuzeni ngoba umnyama ulungile nje no PhD wakho uzawukhokhelwa umfana nje one school living certificate ngoba nangumhlophe. Sichitha ngalezi izathu futhi akukhombisa ukuyimisela uqeda okanye to prevent ukuza nama strategy to prevent the disputes on taxi routes. Le budget ayikhombisi futhi ukuyimisela ukuthi ingqalazinda zikhuliswe ukuze nabantu abahlala emakhaya bakwazi ukuthi bathole indlela yokuthi kanye izitimela noma indlela zokuhamba zokuthutha ezilula. Lo hulumeni akanawo unembeza kubantu bakithi abamnyama okanye abampisholo. Siyayichitha asihambisani nayo.
Siyabonga mhlonishwa uNzimande. Esikhathini samanje ngizonikela i-African National Congress erepresentwa umhlonishwa uLikhwasi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The ANC supports the Appropriation Bill Budget Vote 40 of transport. The transport sector is a key driver of the economy and a major creator of jobs with direct or indirect impact. The programs of the department are geared to the development of the different modes of transport in the country. Crucial to the development of the different modes of transport is infrastructure development to improve public transport in different provinces in terms of commuter rail and road. This is an integral part of implementing the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. This is aimed at improving the lives of the working class and poor. Public transport needs to be integrated and must be at the cheapest possible price to increase disposable income in the pockets of the working class and the poor. It is important that progress is made. Transport infrastructure development will link people to market and to markets to each other than enabling the microeconomic development. The protection of the commuter rail infrastructure that is being developed is critical to avoid duplication of investments. Increasing the reach of the BRT system, more municipalities are critical for more efficient and effective way of dealing with public transport system. It is important that further progress is made with regard to the movement of goods and freight of rail. This will reduce the maintenance costs on road and enable further development of the road network to rural areas in the provinces. Provinces need to develop the capacity and capability to execute road maintenance and development. The opposition is unable to positively contribute to the development of the public sector and the transport sector as they remain stuck in issues which affected the sector in the past. They are not looking forward to contribute positively to the sector, which is a critical functioning of the economy. There is much work to be done and much to be achieved in the transport sector for the communities that have elected us, and this cannot be achieved without support of the budget vote and the appropriations bill. ANC support for the budget and the appropriations bill is based on transport infrastructure development, providing access through transport to social services and markets, as well as the job creation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The vote is agreed to. The objections of EFF and MK Party are noted. I put vote 41, water and sanitation. Ngeyakho ke le mage no data. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. I now call upon DA Honorable Skierkogel.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chair. I would like to take this opportunity, as it's the last vote, and then everybody can remember, to greet you all in the name of John Henry Steenhuisen, the leader of the Democratic Alliance and the current Minister of Agriculture. This is the last declaration and on the individual budget votes today, and yet one of the most important in terms of the impact that government has and can have on the lives of people living in South Africa. The Department of Water and Sanitation has been a crime scene since Minister Mokunyana used the War on Leaks project to fund ANC elections. Work under Mr. Njunu has begun, but still water leak caused non-revenue water to the excess of 50% in many places. And where fresh water is not running in the streets, it's sewage flowing down the streets into our drinking water resources. In order for the War on Leaks program to succeed, the department needs to engage on an extensive private-public partnership program, because those that will take the head on our local business forums that want to grow their businesses to contribute to the GNU intend to create jobs. As a water scarce country, we cannot have a department which have been made aware that Vaal Central Water in the Free State will limit the water supply to 30% due to Matjabeng municipality not paying their bills. And Section 139 intervention has been mentioned by this House, and the department's response was it will deal with it next Monday. Mafubi, Maleti Abufang, Matjabeng, Ngwati, just to name a few Free State municipalities, have water shedding daily or no water at all, which is an infringement of people's human rights. Let all the national interventions be of a true spirit of Batupili. The elections have passed. Let interventions truly help our people and not use state money to get votes. And the DA supports the budget on this bill. In the name of Mr. John Henry Steenhuisen.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call upon Honorable Teza to address.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. The EFF rejects the budget vote for water and sanitation. This department has committed serious violations to the right to access to water and sanitation, with most violation taking place in the rural and informal communities. Every year, billions of rands are allocated to this department, yet this does not translate to reality on the ground. Chairperson, if you think we are telling lies, go and ask Inkosi Njogweni of Dabi village in Amazizi in Ngushwa local municipality under Mathole district in the Eastern Cape. Go and ask in Tsikayetu in Nongongwana village, where a community had to pay for their own means to access water. Go and ask these people that we have just dealt with that are coming from Limpopo and that are outside here, who are stranded, who have hiked here in Parliament to raise their issues pertaining to Great Litaba in Zanini project, who are stuck now. They can't go back home. These issues we have been pursuing with the department, with the deputy minister in the 6th administration. It is very sad that genuine issues raised by the people of this country can be deemed as lies by a deputy minister of a country. The same can be said about the plight of the people of Caroline in Chief Albert Lutulu, who cannot drink water from their taps and opt to go to and source drinkable water from underground wells. Iziyalo, baya eziyalweni, baya ukhamanzi, Chairperson. These are lived experiences that we have had to conduct oversight on during 2024 national and provincial elections period. And this is so because the EFF lives amongst the people, not in hotels. The budget reduction will not assist in dealing with water and sanitation infrastructure backlogs in the country. Equally pressing is the manner in which the rural areas, which have been grappling with the water scarcity for years and in some instances decades. The Lipele Kumbi local municipality has, for example, been in the spotlight of a deplorable condition of water facilities which are affected by various sources, including agrochemicals and industrial effluents. Other affected areas include Capricorn District Municipality, Greater Skokune District, Mupane District in Vembe, and Waterberg District. Residents in the areas face inadequate service delivery, unreliable infrastructure, which exacerbates the water crisis. In Mpumalanga, rural areas such as Augustinas, Epulzi, Kwamaza, in Sycamore, in Ward 2 and in Ward 5 in Emakazeni still need boreholes until today. Therefore, we reject this budget. Thank you.
Now call upon Honorable Nzimande.
Sihlalo hloniphekile. Ngihlale ngizwa kuthiwa indoda eneyingwaye eziningi ihlezi iphethwe ikhanda. Ngoba hey have isihlupho. Angisazi nokuthi ubani fanele simkhole manje. Ngoba uminisi uthi asinayo inkinga yamanzi. Akho scarcity yamanzi. Ingwayi yakhe ithi akune scarcity samanzi. Ayi inkinga la kulomshado. Silapha ke sikhona. The reduced budget is one amongst the reasons that makes us to oppose or reject the budget. So because if you look on the inadequate infrastructure that we have on water and sanitation, we shall not be able to address abantu base Nkandla, base Mahlabathini, base Msingathobo. Ngisho nalapho eMnambithi ngibuya khona ukuthi ama-pit toilet aqedwe nya bekwazi futhi nokuthi bebe namanzi aranayo. Angeke ke beaqedwe ngalo hulumeni ngoba sihlalo kusobala ukuthi uyahlomula ngeindaba zojojo laba ngoba ojojo laba bawalethayo ilapho phela abadla khona namanzi ama-truck lapha abawalethayo bawaletha ngama-truck ukuthi bedle bekhohle ukuthi lawo manzi abuya ngcole agulisa abantu bakithi. Ibhunu belikhuluma isibhunu wathula wathi du awuthula umlomo wakhona. Okwesibili ukuthi kunalento leyo ukuthi kune aging infrastructure and ngike ngakusho qala ngiyakuphinda. Sinenkinga kuneyindawo lapha mawubuka naseGauteng ezinceda kakhulu uhulumeni ukuthi zikline waste water. Ngokungabi nemali yanele nokungabeki imali yanele izo affecteka bese mhlambe sithola lenkinga eshiwo ngapha ngemuva ukuthi siswela amanzi kanti bese bethiwa bese ngakawasweli. Besicela ukuthi nina ke N13 nje ne13 nihambe niyobatshela phela ukuthi kuyababuyele ku treasury bafuna imali ngoba siyivuma lento. Sithi siyayireject. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nzimande. We now move on to UDM, represented by Honorable Peter.
Manibulise sihlalo for the first time andikhe ndikubulise ndiyakulibala. Nkosi sihlalo namalungu endlu ahloniphekile ndiyanibulisa xa litshona ilanga. I-UDM iyayixhasa le budget ngenxa yonqongophalo lwamanzi kodwa loo nto ayithethi ukuba lakhoyo mawangaqoqoshwa kuba amanzi ayimpilo. Sikwacela kananjalo ukuba ezinkalo zilandelayo ndizawuzikhankanya siziqwalasele. Ukwanda kwabemi beli lizwe ngenxa yokukhuthala kootata noko ngebeqhwatyelwa izandla. Loo nto ibangela ukuba amadama anciphe ngoba ayekhelwe elo nani labantu babekho mandulo. Siyacela ke singumbutho we-UDM ukuba mawukhe aqwalaselwe amadama andiswe kwakunye neziseko zawo ukuze kwanele umphakathi ngokukhula kwexesha. Nokungagutyulwa kwamadama loo nto iye idale ukungacoceki kwamanzi. Iinkampani zabucala ziye zabalukrozo ukwenza ushishino ngamanzi ngenxa yonqongophalo lwezakhono kubameli babantu kulo mabhunga asemakhaya. Ndiphinde ke sihlalo wam ndibulele le ndlu ikhokelwa ngukhongolose ukuba nithathe umntakanjengele nimenze uDeputy Defence Ministers. Siqonda xa sinophuma apha singayinqomi loo nto singayibuleli saba asinayo imbeko. Siyayibulela mhlalo kakhulu. Siyayazi ke ngokuba kusheke unkwangwa qha. Na ubona uba nimplace aphi. Siyabulela. Inkosi.
Enkosi Mhlonishwa siyabulela. Sesonika lethuba umhlonishwa undlangisa nodada umele ukhongolose.
Mandibulele ohloniphekileyo uchairperson. Andizuba saphinda kule ndawo besendithethe kuyo. I'll just continue because I've already said something about this vote number 41. Honorable Chairperson, as a water scarce country, we must ensure water security in our country through implementing water infrastructure projects. Some, they are already in design, planning, and construction phases of implementation, such as the Stephen Dlamini Dam, the Upper Umkomazi Dam, and the Polihali Dam, to mention but a few. As the African National Congress, we are concerned that as a country, we are losing close to 50% of clean drinking water due to water leaks and broken infrastructure. And this is a matter that needs urgent attention from the department and local government. We fully support the department's commitment to provide much needed support to the local municipalities to address the water and sanitation challenges reported in the blue and green drop reports. We support the focus on prioritizing maintenance, and we should ensure allocated funds are spent on maintenance. As the African National Congress, we support the budget vote. Enkosi.
Enkosi. The vote is agreed to. The objections of EFF and the MK party are noted. Honorable Delegate, I now put the schedule. Are there any objections? None. If so, the schedule is duly agreed to. I'll now proceed to the second order, which is the consideration of Appropriation Bill and report of the Select Committee on Appropriations thereon. I call on the Honorable Lekwase, the chairperson of the Select Committee on Appropriations, to present the committee report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCO, honorable members, permanent and special delegates present today, fellow South Africans, good day. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, it is my privilege and honor to table before this House a report on Appropriations Bill B5 of 2024 on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations, which was unanimously adopted. You would remember, Chairperson, that this is one of the 4 bills which were tabled by the Minister of Finance in the 6th Parliament, and the following 3 bills were adopted. The Division of Revenue Bill, Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill for 2023-24 financial year, and Gold and Foreign Exchange Contingency Reserve Account Bill, also known as GFECRA. Honorable Chairperson, since the bill was tabled in Parliament by the Minister of Finance in February 2024, and it was referred to the Committee for Concurrence on the 25th of July 2024, the bill outlines various clauses that govern the utilization of appropriated funds for the current financial year and beyond for all national departments' votes. Honorable Chairperson, the committee received a briefing from the National Treasury on the 16th of July 2024 and further consulted with the Financial and Fiscal Commission and Parliamentary Budget Office, respectively. The Money Bills and Related Matters Act, read together with Section 72 of the Constitution, also mandates the committee to conduct public hearings and report to this House. In compliance with these provisions, advertisements were published in print media in all official languages as well as Parliament's website and social media platforms, inviting the public and interested parties to comment. Written submissions were received from interested parties such as Equal Education Law Centers, as well as Congress of South African Trade Unions, well known as COSATU. Honorable Chairperson, during the consultations and public hearings, the committee observed some key issues and made following recommendations for the executive to implement. The Minister of Finance should gazette an appropriation bill B5 2024 once it is signed into law and ensure that the National Treasury continues to assist other state organs to establish measures and mechanisms to prevent non-compliance, wasteful, fruitless, irregular expenditure across national departments to safeguard the approved allocations as required by Section 38, subsection 1C, Roman figure 2 of the Public Finance Management Act. This includes ensuring that value for money is achieved in government, failing which the necessary consequence management must be implemented. Honorable Chairperson and members, in the next budget cycle, while the structure of certain departments and their programs will be re-evaluated, the National Treasury should consider finalizing and implementing the long-awaited zero-based budgeting initiative to improve South African public finance, which the committee believes is long overdue. National Treasury should review the reduction in Vote 2 Parliament in the next budget adjustment process, since the committee believes that any budget cut may hinder Parliament in fulfilling its oversight, public participation, and lawmaking functions, and further compromising the work of parliamentarians as public representatives. Honorable members and Chairperson, the National Treasury should, in the next budget adjustment process, review the reduction in the key economic departments such as Vote 39, Vote 35, Vote 34, Vote 32, and Vote 38. If the much needed infrastructure-led economy recovery and infrastructure reform are to be achieved. The National Treasury should, within 60 days after the adoption of this report by the House, develop clear measures to ensure that the amount set aside as the contingency reserve to deal with unforeseen and unavoidable situations, including natural disasters and floods, is used according to plan to protect the approved expenditure framework for service delivery. The National Treasury should, in the next medium-term budget policy statement, outline concrete measures taken to address the increasing debt service cost in the absence of further bailouts for state-owned entities and the focus of borrowing from the local market yielding less interest. The committee is of the view that a more comprehensive approach to stabilize the current government debt is needed as a matter of urgency. Honorable Chairperson, given the widespread disasters and floods across some provinces, both the Department of Human Settlement and Department of Corporate Governance should develop measures to ensure that funding for natural disasters is utilized accordingly and plans that are well-coordinated rapid response to address such disasters holistically in implementing immediately when they occur. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Basic Education should, within 90 days of the adoption of the report by the House, develop a proper plan with clear time frames to expedite the proposed pilot programs in early childhood development, including a new nutrition model and out-based contracting to ensure that more resources are injected in the foundation phase to improve the quality of learning and teaching, to increase number of grade 4 learners who are able to read for meaning, thereby improving a quality of tertiary education output so that graduates can contribute towards economic development to fight inequality, poverty, and unemployment. The Department of Basic Education should, within 90 days of the adoption of this report by the House, provide a report to the committee on a clear mechanism developed to ensure that all needy schools in both rural and urban areas are provided with equal attention, efforts and resources to address school dropouts, overcrowding, and infrastructure maintenance. The department should ensure that the commission appointed by the new Minister of Basic Education to investigate school infrastructure and curriculum expedite its work. Chairperson, the Department of Police, together with National Treasury, should, in 90 days of the adoption of the report by the House, provide a report to the committee on plan developed to ensure that increased funds on Vote 828 of police is earmarked for its core function.
which is to combat crime, help keep people safe, and that existing technology is leveraged, such as an electronic system for registering cases, record keeping, and report writing to avoid inefficiencies, missing dockets, and various other administrative challenges. The Department of Agriculture, together with its provincial counterparts, should, in 90 days of the adoption of the report by the House, provide a report of the committee on a plan developed to improve the performance of both Comprehensive Agriculture Program grant and Lima Letsema project grant to capacitate and support small and emerging farmers to address access to market and to make sure that resources are earmarked for such farmers to enhance food security. The committee is of the view that putting more effort and resources towards agriculture and farming may assist to revive much needed inclusive economic growth. Chairperson, as recommended by the Committee of the 6th Parliament previously, the National Treasury and the Department of Social Development should accelerate the process of converting the Social Relief Stress Grant to more sustainable and impactful mechanism to provide relief for unemployed South Africans, whether it be used as startup capital towards self-sufficiency or to continue seeking employment. Chairperson, given the proliferation of state-owned entity bailouts, which has taken resources away from service delivery programs in recent years, the committee believes that Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation should expedite SOE reforms and effort to strengthen SOE governance structures, rigorously assess their business models and rationalize some of their operations. In conclusion, Chairperson, I wish to thank all members of the committee for their constructive engagement, the stakeholders, the media and the public, as well as our dedicated committee support staff. With all these efforts of all the role players, it was not going to be possible and we would not have been a success. The committee recommends to the House that the bill be adopted for concurrence without amendments. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lehuase. Honorable delegates, before we proceed to voting, I shall allow political parties an opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 78. If they so wish, I am allowing each one of you 3 minutes, and accordingly, you will indicate by show of hand. I'll just do it randomly. We'll start with DA, followed by Freedom Front Plus, and we've got EFF, lastly MK Party, in that order. 3 minutes. Can we start timing?
Honourable Chair, the DA supports several critical proposals in the 2024 budget: deficit reduction, debt containment, fiscal consolidation and structural reforms. The DA has long advocated for these proposals as part of the foundations to rescuing our country. However, the DA firmly believes that these measures must be accompanied by a strong pivot towards economic growth, which we will push hard in the GNU. The DA supports this budget, that this budget does not allocate any new funds for bailouts. It has long been the view of the DA that bailouts have caused a severe escalation in public debt, as well as caused cuts to critical public services and departmental budgets. South Africa is running out of fiscal space, and bailouts to failing SOEs are not sustainable. The budget further acknowledges that our debt to GDP ratio at 74.6% is far too high for a middle-income country, and that it must be brought in line with emerging market peers. The state spends 20% of its budget on debt repayments, and this drains resources for service delivery. The budget further does not raise taxes for the financial year 2024-2025. The DA has strongly advocated against tax increases and will continue to do so in the GNU. We further look forward to the upcoming review of administered prices, such as the fuel price, and the expansion of zero-rated VAT on essential food items, which will make life for all South Africans a little bit more affordable. The DA further urges an acceleration of structural reforms to public monopolies to unlock growth. Poorly performing ports, freight rail, energy availability, and other critical enablers need reform, and public sector participation is critical. South Africa needs growth to create jobs and increase tax revenue. This is the last budget drawn up by an ANC majority. The DA anticipates that medium-term budget policy statement, as well as the upcoming adjustment budget, will incorporate further reforms towards a credible fiscal path and prioritizing growth so more South Africans can get into work. The Democratic Alliance supports this bill in the spirit of taking South Africa forward to a position where the GNU can prepare a budget that is reflective of our unified vision of South Africa that places its residents at the center of our government's existence. I thank you, Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chair.
Yes, Chief Whip.
Chair, Honourable Numalo was outside when you called for for the parties that were going to make declaration. So I propose that you also note her hand. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, you are noted, Honourable Numalo. Just take your seat. I will indicate when it's your turn. Yes. Honourable Brett, I'm now inviting you.
Thank you, Chairperson. In an election year, it makes for a very unique situation, this appropriation bill and its budgetary process. An election has the potential to turn an appropriation on its head, as we've seen this year. An election year poses the opportunity for a new government and new priorities and new departments, as we are seeing. This ultimately makes the budget a legacy budget with old priorities and old departments. It also makes it very hard to support an appropriation you know does not speak to what is happening on the ground. The process, therefore, merely becomes a box-ticking exercise to comply with legislation. I think this is something that needs to be addressed and looked at specifically in an election year. We cannot simply approve a budget for the sake of having a budget and then wait for an appropriation adjustment to effect the changes that we want to see. That being said, I think we will only truly see the GNU's priorities come to light in the adjustment appropriation later this year. We need to give the ministers a chance to settle into their departments, refocus their priorities, and develop a clear 5-year plan. Wat ons wel vir mekaar moet sê, is dat ons skuld by die dag meer raak en ons gaan dit moet aanspreek. Die begrotingstekort is 'n probleem en ons gaan ook moet kyk hoe ons as land ons inkomste sal kan verhoog. Dit gaan belangrik wees om na die fiskale raamwerk te kyk, om sodoende ekonomiese groei te stimuleer. Daar gaan ook strukturele hervorming moet geskied. Die crux is dat die ekonomie gaan moet groei en die VF+ het 'n paar voorstelle. Die gelyke indiensnemingswet moet wat nie werkskepping aanmoedig nie. Korrupsie op alle vlakke van die regering gaan moet uitgeroei word. Daar moet weggedoen word met die sogenaamde red tape wat entrepreneurs en sakeondernemings stuit. Beleidssekerheid is nodig. Privatisering van staatsbeheerde ondernemings en alle reddingsboeie moet gestop word. Gehalte onderwys en vaardigheidsontwikkeling is nodig. Spesiale ekonomiese zones moet uitgebrei en gekonsolideer word en staatsbesteding moet fokus op infrastruktuurontwikkeling en instandhouding. But let me conclude. With meticulous planning, dedicated and vigilant watchdogs, that's us, capable and well-informed heads of departments, and constant consultation with various important role players, the proposed budget allocations will simply pay lip service to a desperate and fragile South African society who deserves so much better and more from its government. But with that being said, we support the appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chirwa. Please let it be the last time to do what you did as you were walking in here. The rules precludes you to walk in between the speaker on the floor and the presiding officer. You did just that. Thank you very much. We now move on to Honorable Siwisa.
Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters reject this appropriation bill.
Surprise.
Don't be surprised, Mr. Badenhorst. We reject this budget as there was no meaningful engagement with the proposed budget by the National Treasury. This is a concerning to note as the appropriation bill appropriates money from the National Revenue Fund at the 2.1 trillion to give to departments to spend. This means that it is us as lawmakers who decide what and how the government spends taxpayers' money, not the National Treasury and the Minister of Finance. They merely propose. So we've got a right to reject whatever that they are proposing. We reject this bill as it does not do nothing further to empower the lives of our people. We reject this bill as what was tabled before us in the council was a budget cut of 600 million to parliament budget. We also cannot in good conscience agree to a budget cut of 367 million to the Department of Home Affairs budget when Home Affairs officers are not accessible because they are only in major urban centers and not in rural areas. We also cannot agree to a budget cut of 1.1 billion to the Department of Public Works budget when government departments are in dilapidated buildings and the construction industry is retrenching people every day. And now the minister and his cabinet, they are gunning for the PMTE the same way that they gun for the IDT in the 6th Parliament. Nor can we agree to a budget cut of the Office of Chief Justice budget, the Agriculture and Rural Development budget, the Employment and Labor budget. Today, we reject what is being proposed in this appropriation bill, and we want to make it clear that we are not objecting to our people getting services. We are opposed to a budget that is intended to reduce services, like the people of Danhauser in KZN still waiting for water, people of Alfred Duma in KZN waiting for houses, people of Utlanang Ward 5 in Pokwane also waiting for houses, and people of Victoria West in Ward 5. I want to close this statement by saying to ANC cadres, Isala kutyelwa sibonwa ngolopu. That's why you got below 50%. And then to the GNU cadres, to the GNU cadres, Stella Vater Diepergrond onder die devil rond. Thank you very much.
I now call upon Honorable Majola. Order, honorable members, allow Honorable Majola to address the House. Order. Honorable members, order. Honorable Badenhorst, order. Honorable Majola, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the proposed bill that is being tabled before us on its current state, Madam Chair, it is very difficult for us to support. We have noted some effort to address some critical issues that affect South Africa in these days, like an increase on a police vote. Well, that's an indication that there is a little effort in terms of addressing the critical issue of crime, in terms of drugs, in terms of murders, in terms of what have you. But Madam Chair, a critical issues that was raised by the parliament stakeholders, which we use as our mirrors, the FFC, the Parliament Budget Office, they want us, Madam Chair, to say the critical part that is facing us, which is one amongst other many reasons why
we find a lot of reduction in most of our 41 votes. It's because that we can't inject the revenue. Therefore, the call for a radical economic growth, Madam Chair, was raised. Looking at what is proposed before us, Madam Chair, the votes that are economic growth orientated, vote 34, for 39 trade and industry. That's the key. Madam Chair, I won't repeat what has been said during the vote debates, but it has been highlighted that the backbone of the South African economy is trade and industry, is our mineral resource. All those votes, Madam Chair, that are economic growth orientated, we saw a reduction of it. Therefore, we can't support, we object the proposed Bill 5 of 2024 on its current state, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Majola. We now move on to Honorable Numalo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. As I am standing here in front of you as the African National Congress, I can say that with this appropriation bill, we have undergone all the processes that we are supposed to do. We have, those who have made submission, we have been able to listen to those submissions. So what I can say is that for the next 5 years, the African National Congress will make sure that they deliver according to this vote. So by passing this vote, we make sure that our people will get water, will get all the services that they are aiming for. So with these few words, I want to say that we have undergone also the public participation. Fortunately, I'm part of the appropriation committee. So we have undergone all the processes. So with this word, I will say, Honorable Chairperson, people of South Africa will be able to get water, will be able to get bridges, will be able to get all the projects that we have set, and we will be able to make sure that in terms of appointment, in terms of employment, our people will get employment throughout this vote. So without this vote, it means that all those things that we have been saying, it will be null and void. So what I can say is that let us make sure that as the African National Congress, we support this vote. We make sure that it is our vehicle for the next 5 years. Our community will be able to get all the necessary projects, all the necessary jobs that we have promised them as we're going to the election. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I support the vote.
Thank you, Honorable Ngumalo. Before we proceed to voting, we will allow 15 seconds to delegates who are outside the chamber and those that have joined in through virtual platform to join the House.
Chairperson, can I ask just for the sake of clarity, Chair?
Yes, no,
Yeah.
I can't, okay.
Can I ask that respectfully, which rule are you applying for this 15 seconds?
Honorable Member, this is in accordance with the order of proceedings today, and therefore this is allowed and it has to be done as such.
I don't dispute this. I'm asking in terms of which rule are you
Okay.
acting? Because when we go over in the process of voting, all the people should be in-house.
Honorable members, there has been engagement amongst the parties prior to this sitting of today, of which the proceedings were outlined as to how are they going to unfold today in this house. And therefore, what we are doing now, it's in accordance with the agreement that the parties have agreed on. And therefore, please let's allow that to happen. I think we are now ready to vote. If we can request the ushers to close the doors so that we can proceed with the business of the day. Honorable members, order. We now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised. Can I then request the ushers to count for us? And I'm sure someone is monitoring those that are on virtual platform. Thank you. Camera.
No. Let's count.
Thank you, honorable members. The count is now complete. We'll accordingly lower the hands of those that are in virtual platform as well. I now call upon the delegates who are voting against to raise their hands, and please keep your hands raised until we indicate otherwise. I hope, Secretary, we are also monitoring the virtual platform as well. Thank you very much, honorable delegates. You may lower your hands. I call upon those delegates who want to abstain from voting. Please do raise your hands. There is none in the House platform, virtual platform. Is there none? The count is now complete. Voting is now closed. Honorable delegates, the voting is as follows. Those who voted in favor, they are 43. I repeat, 43. Those who voted against, they are 11. I repeat, 11. Those who abstained is 0. Therefore, honorable delegate, the bill is agreed to in terms of section 75 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Honorable
Sorry, recount.
Angibuza, Honorable Nzimande.
Honorable Chair,
Bofuna ngikhawunte kabili.
Honorable Chair,
Honorable Badenost, yes?
I just want to ask you, just for future reference, I can't recall if we agreed that the staff will do the counting and not the whips. I can't recall it. Did we agree on that? That the staff will do the counting of the votes and not the whips of the parties?
Well, according to the proceedings as informed, the table will then do the counting for the votes. So hence we requested them to conduct that as such. So even the results are coming from the table. It is. Okay. All right. No, thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable delegates, this was the last sitting of the term. And I am pleased to indicate to the delegates that you have lived up to the expectation of your political parties and the South Africans that you are representing, or you are representing. Please do go home, take a rest, come back refreshed, and let's not forget the mandate of holding executive accountable and making sure that we represent the plight and the aspiration of the people of South Africa. Having said that, honorable members, the House is adjourned till we meet again in the second term. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable
Recording
Chair.
stopped.
Thank you.